Johnny Rapidana, starting with us. I've just seen you giving throwdowns to your opening partner.
Yeah,
What sort of frame of mind is he in this morning?
I think he's locked in. Obviously a big day for us, considering what we did yesterday to get ourselves back in the game. So yeah, I think he's ready to go today.
You're the only wicket that fell yesterday, and it was a strange one. What happened?
Uh, I should have went back and played a cut shot against unfortunately I hit my stumps. So yeah.
Were you batting deep in your crease? Did you slip? What happened?
No. I do bet deep in my crease. Unfortunately, I went too far back. So yeah,
Has it happened before to you?
it has happened before. So
Ah,
it's a bit of a habit.
but you see, there was huge celebration in the field because that was the end of a century stand that's really got the Tuskers back into this game. Where do you feel the match lies now?
I think it's definitely in the balance. Uh, I think we're looking good. We're feeling good. So hopefully we can build on from yesterday.
If you look at the Tuskers season up to date, it's probably fair to say you've had one bad day, and that was the last day against Northwest.
Yeah,
Have you spoken about that as a team?
we have spoken about it. Maybe a bit of nerves. New team, new division, first game of the season, but I think we're settling in very well.
Well, it's going to be a long, hard day in the field. You'll be hoping today.
Yes,
With a ball as old as it is now, not doing a lot.
there is quite something in the wicket, but I think we played really well yesterday, left the ball wrong, so yeah, we're in a good position.
Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead for day 3 of the CSA 4-day clash between the local rivals, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins and the Moothee Tuskers, who've made more than a fist of it. And if you actually judge the game session for session, we effectively had 5 sessions. There was hardly a session after tea yesterday afternoon. It's 3-2 to the Tuskers, and the scores might tell you that. 400 all out, having been 11 for 3. The Dolphins recovered very nicely. Parsons 183, special knock, Bosch 80. And then in reply, with just one down, and that was a hit wicket. Rapulana out for 61. Noful has been very organised, 66. Bullion, neat and tidy. Hasn't had to work for any runs. He's been given free 27, but he's been happy to take what's on offer. So it needs to be a much better bowling display from the Dolphins this morning. In conditions that have changed from yesterday, it was grey this morning, but it's burnt away already, and we've got a watery sunlight nipping through what dissipating cloud there is. The first ball of the day from the Old Ford end, here is Ethan Bosch. Noful as solid as ever, and it's a very good morning to Vaughan Finney-Arsfeld.
Morning, Brett. Thank you very much. Interesting couple of days of cricket.
You were here last week on that road, Vaughan. This one you'll be happy to know has had a little bit more. And you wouldn't think so when you see only 11 wickets have fallen in 2 days, but I think that's not so much about the quality of the pitch. There's been something there. It's got a tinge of green. There's a level of grass that you can get something to deviate if you hit the right areas, as Darren de Pavillon did, and he showed how to bowl on this surface. Scamper single.
Good run. It's a very good run from Noful. Properly, yeah, it's just testament to what the Pavilion brings to the team. Taking 6 for 44, unbelievable. Obviously, old stomping ground.
And was keen to do it against the Dolphins. Very keen.
Always keen to try and perform against your former employee. But yeah, you see the experience and what he brings. Obviously, the Dolphins can learn from that. Hopefully, they can try and strike early on here in the morning. Maybe try and get 2 or 3 wickets quickly.
Need to. As a rule, as Bosch has probably been the pick of the Dolphins bowlers. He's 0 for 32 and 13. But if I had to be, and I'm hunting the ultra critical here, he probably hasn't been a full enough length. I think that was the strength of de Pavillon, who got it to shape nicely away. Got the ball up so that it almost got the batters thinking, well, this is one I can drive. And he got it to shape past the outside edge or found the outside edge. That was the quality of his bowling. Even on the first day, when after the juice had gone out the wicket and it was a batting day, he was still a threat. He was really impressive. As good a spell as I've seen this summer.
You almost want to be that full especially early on. You want to keep that ball talking. You want to put the bowlers under pressure. Hopefully the Dolphins bowlers have obviously identified that and can maybe rectify that this morning. Just maybe try and get them to play a little bit more and try and create a few chances that they can take.
Yeah, they did get past the bat. They created chances. I mean, there were definitely 2 put down, maybe a third. We weren't sure of the one that might have been nicked to the keeper. What I'm curious about, Vaughan, and you played me for many years, Bosch bowled his first spell into what breeze there was yesterday, but it came off over the city, so he was into it from the Umgani end and got it to shape a little bit. And there has definitely been more balance bowling from the Umgani end than there is from the Old Fort end. I would have thought maybe the bowlers would have been on different end. If Bartman's going to start, you'd think he's going to start from the Umgani, but he's a more skiddy bowler where bounce isn't really as much his friend as it is for Bosch. So I thought they might have picked the opposite ends, but not to be. Bosch is starting from the Old Fort end. Can always switch it if necessary.
It's very strange. With the wind coming from the southwest again. Would have thought Bosch would have started from the game end.
Field change.
Point going out to the boundary. Going for catching.
Yeah, that's strange. Is this I'm going to try and pitch it up a bit more?
I was just going to say the same.
Yeah.
Standing next to no striking.
Almost. So a lot fuller and a lot straighter, probably. Let's see how this tactic plays out.
Again. Direction is quite good. Nice range, getting everybody to play.
Decent over, but as you'd expect, the balls in it was 53 overs old or 54 overs old now, so that it's not likely to nip all over the place. We did still see, I mean, I'm talking to Bryce Parsons after his brilliant 100 yesterday morning, just in his pre-day of play chat. He still said there's enough in the surface that a quality bowler can. He said he played and missed it a few from the Pavilion and over number late 50s because when he came back for a late spell before resting for the second new ball. So it shows you what is on offer there. Well, here's an interesting one. It isn't going to be Barton, as we thought from this end. It's going to be spin in the form of Bryce Parsons. Does that surprise you to some degree?
Very double seam, just to see if they can try and burgle a wicket early on. Guessing they think otherwise.
Oh, he changed his mind. Oh, it is Bartman. And our good friend Andy is sitting here having a bit of a chuckle, but it is odd that, I mean, you would have had those plans made in the dressing room before you even set foot on the circle on the field. Who's going to take the new ball from what end? It's all looked a bit indecisive from the Dolphins this morning. Parsons was definitely marking the run up out, and now here's Barton.
I think it was discussed when he got told he's not bowling.
Yeah.
Took his cap and off he went to second slip.
His method here, maybe it's going to just rile him up and he's going to be at the top of his game here. What have we got? It's conventional for a seamer with a 54 over ball, even though it's the second over of the morning. 2 slips gully, 2 in the covers, 1 tight and straight, and then the sweeper on the offside boundary and 3 to the onside. Bartman. One thing I am glad about is that they've started over the wicket to no full. They started round the wicket yesterday, and he looked very comfortable, the ball angled into him, whereas he got beaten more than a handful of times to the ball just going across from a good length. He tends to try and almost work it towards the onside, probably 2 square, and it would beat the outside edge as it held its line. So this is a good ploy. It's now to find the length and the line. The planting of the pad, that was an inside edge that was probably his savior.
And Brett, we've also played enough cricket to understand that when a left-hander comes into the wicket, obviously you go and cross him. It's almost a weakness you're feeling for the ball. Just felt even last week, a lot of the tactics were to come around straight away.
Isn't it become the modern way, though? They often try and cramp left-handers.
But obviously, being a left-hander myself,
Yeah.
it's a lot easier. You get yourself in a lot quicker. The bowling actually, they can't really sort of get to LBW, so anything wide outside of somebody leaving alone, you're getting used to the pace and whatever the bowler's doing. I just feel going across the left-hander early on, you're almost getting them to feel for the ball.
If you've got a bit of shape, because it brings LBW into play, if you can shape it into the left-hander, so stock delivery. Around the wicket, if the batters these days also, they take off-stump guards, so they get outside the line, so LBW is almost ruled out.
And if you miss your line, you miss your length, you're either getting whipped through a wicket or square leg for 4, or if you drop it short, you're getting hit through the offside.
Oh, he's gone for the Yorker.
And also, if you're over pitch offside and you don't have enough fielders to protect that, it's a 4 every day for the cover.
He drove well yesterday, Malcolm Lothal. The feature of his innings has been his cover driving. I can't recall, we don't have a wagon wheel, but I can't recall if he's hit any boundaries to the leg side. He's been so prolific through that offside, driving and cutting.
One thing he did see, spent some time in Wellington in New Zealand with Devon Conway, very good mates. He did spend a couple of seasons down there learning his trade.
He was more a bowler that batted, and
his left arm spin, yeah.
And it's changed completely. His left arm spin almost looks like a hobby now. The batting is where he earns his keep. Useful cricketer, Malcolm Lothal, has been for a long time.
Stop trial. Check trial for us to cover.
Will Billy has looked very neat and tidy. I think where the Dolphins will have analysed at the end of the day's play, when he came in after Rapalana's wicket, he was intent on occupying, as he should be as a number 3. But they gave him so many free balls. He got off it with a rank long up from the left on, then it tickled one that was passing down the leg side. So he got some free runs, and that takes all the pressure off a new man and a young player as well. That he never had to go looking, where's my next run coming from, because there was always a 4 ball on his plate. And I think he's hit 5 fours in that 27, and one of them is he actually had to play a stroke where he searched for the boundary. 166 for 1 after 55. A desperate session for the Dolphins. If they want to even think about winning this game, they've got to pick up, I would say, 5, maybe minimum 4 wickets in this protracted 2.5-hour session if they want to think they can bowl the Tuskers out with a lead. The lead is still 234, so it's a mighty long way to go for the Tuskers. With all the time out of the game now, this game needs to go forward.
You're almost spot on, Brent. The Dolphins got to take at least another 4 to 5 wickets. Trying to penetrate Tuskers batting island. Nothing full from Bosch for a change.
Yeah, I think he's looking to be fuller. He gave No Phil most trouble bowling from this end when he went over the wicket as he does now. He beat him in one particular spell. He beat him 3 balls out of 4. But then the ball was new and it had a little bit more bounce than it does now. I think No Phil has set his stall out for 3 figures here. The way he played yesterday, he was watchful, he was measured, he looked nice and neat.
I feel that even watching one ball there, Brent, it's touched short. Yeah, by a foot. You almost want the batter to stretch, trying to get on that front foot and search for that ball coming sort of 6 to 8 feet.
Also, what I wouldn't mind this one for is he loves to drive. So if you gave him that fuller one a little bit wider, just almost the teasing ball, saying, okay, yeah, get away this morning. And they've got 2 slips in a gully if the angle's there. But they're back of a length again. It's a 1-day length. It's a restraining length rather than an attacking length.
You almost want to see, I mean, with obviously them not being desperate, maybe taking somebody from leg side and putting him in a catching position on the offside and say, have a go. Try and get past the fielder. Spot on, Brett. It's almost like a 1-day trying to buy a wicket type of length.
Where I will cut some slack for the Dolphins, and I'll get to my thought in a moment. There's Bosch again. Cut. Looked short and wide, a little bit of bounce, rode it well, just a single. I would imagine Quinton Friend, the Dolphins coach, maybe, will probably tore a strip of his bowlers yesterday. Too many freebies. We didn't bowl with discipline. So the plan this morning may have been just let's squeeze. Let's try and bowl for half an hour and go for 2 and over at worst, because we were 2, 3. I know the rate's only 3 to the over. But in no stage did you ever feel that the Tuskers were trying to switch the pressure onto the bowling side. They just took the runs when they came. There were too many boundary balls, too many easy runs. Dolphins need to be more disciplined today. Through this effects microphone, you may just be able to hear in the distance a steel drum band, which is all part of a KFC function here. And KFC, of course, do so much for cricket at the youngest levels, getting youngsters introduced to the game with just having a bit of fun, having a hit. They've been royal supporters of cricket in South Africa for so many years, and it gets the youth, the grade 1s to 3s, I think, probably interested in the game and find a way to be a little bit competitive along the way. Interesting field now. He's obviously going to go very full. 2 short, mid-on and mid-wicket and a square leg. Bull Billiard.
It is the awards morning, AFC Awards.
Has been, and it's been sustainable. And I couldn't tell you how long it's been around, but I'm going to go like 20 years. They've been in the game for so long at KFC. supporting junior cricket and getting youngsters introduced to the game. Boys and girls alike, which is great to see. More girls that play the better, because look at how our ladies are doing in this World Cup. Tomorrow they play Sri Lanka. If the rain stays away in Colombo, there's been a lot of rain in Colombo. England, Pakistan rained out yesterday again in Colombo. Probably South Africa need one more win, and they're in the semi-finals.
We'll be happy with 2.
Oh, 2 for sure. Yeah, you're right.
2,
Yeah.
very happy with.
Here's Bartman to no fault.
See, that for me is much better length. He finds him to drive. It's up to the batter now. Listen, we don't want to make a mistake. All the rest going up to him. Two clips that need to come into play.
For the most part, the Dolphins have held those 2 slips and gully for the seam. And I suppose when you've got 400, you need to do that. But at 167 for 1, they might be thinking of other means of dismissal. But I still think this is a good ploy. There it is, just hanging it out there, just saying drive me, and he slices it away. So it's half a bat, so there's a chance if there's a bit of bounce and movement that it might get to slip. From an economy perspective, the Dolphins have got off to a good start. They've scored 4 runs this morning of the Tuskers. We're in the 4th over of the morning, so no freebies given, as you'd expect from 2 decent bowlers, Bosch and Bartman. Shot for 4. Balance was outstanding from Bulbulia. He went right at the crease to Bartman, trying to change the angle, but full and into middle and leg. And waited for it so nicely. And as I say, the balance was outstanding. Never fell over in the stroke, picked his spot. First boundary of the morning. Good batting from the youngster. Looks really organised. Former Sub-19 player from the Northwest. What I like about him is seemingly his hunger to just bat. I've never got a feeling that he's felt any pressure. Though not very much has been applied to him, as I've said, but no, he hasn't felt any pressure and looked frenetic. He's looked very calm for a young man just starting his way at first class level.
Nice and compact.
Very compact, yeah. Good stride, gets back and across. A very neat technique. Stump is out completely. It's like day 1 now. Kingsmead when the sun's out. Then for Martin over, it's 172 for 1. I wouldn't imagine this opening salvo from Bosch and Barton goes on too long, because maybe 4 or 5 each that'll take them to around about the 62nd, 63rd over. They'll want to keep them available for the arrival of the new ball, so then we'll start to see the McQueens, the Smiths, and maybe even a bit of spin to bowl. Change of angle. I'm guessing this is purely because they feel the ball is not swinging at all now, so we're just trying to change the angle around the wicket. No, full as resolute as ever.
I think the Dolphins almost want to try and get to that new as possible. So they put these 2 bodies and on the over or 2, and then McQueen right side and get us in the bowling. from the other side.
Driving shot down the ground, beautifully straight and away for 4.
Coming around the middle, not if you miss that length, you get anywhere up the ground.
Seemed the Tuskers would get to 176 for 1 now. It's a batting day. There could be troubles for the home side. Cooking born yesterday at the makeup of the side, and when we saw a bit of green grass, we thought, well, it's a 4-seamers pitch, and both sides have got a glut of spinners. And as much as it's nice to see a man get his debut and go part in the left arm spinner, he's got the wicket. It was a hit wicket, but he's been steady without looking threatening. I'm surprised that Andile Similani is.
I would have thought Mandela coming back from that, he was not to straight back in. You also have something at the back. Yeah, that's the bonus, but it's probably still not going to come in half in the start. Even Martin is that perspective. He's also going to do it. I just want him to play. Yes, he's in the white ball set up for the national side. He'll probably play a lot of white ball. 360, 380 runs in the day, if they can. Dolphins with other ideas, desperate for wickets. Once again, lovely battle, waiting for the ball. popping off in front of the wicket for a single. But Brett also, you look at you say run rates and dig the directions where they need to stop. If they're clever enough, they can sort of handle away at the new ball camps. They can obviously then reassess. And then that's 15, 20 overs after the new ball. So that it's nice and hard. They can obviously then attack that wickets in hand.
Fair enough, yeah.
So even before maybe tea, they could start sort of accelerating if they really want to try and bat once. The Dolphins under pressure.
Yeah, I think they'll also still have in the back of their minds. Haven't seen enough of those, I think, to these two. Well, they have in the back of their minds. Against Northwest, they got 400 and they were bowled out for under 100 in their second innings. So prone to collapse. So they want to probably almost play the Dolphins out of the game so that defeats is taken out of the equation and then press for victory.
So you always want to get to that stage where you are 500, 550.
Yeah.
Might be 100, 150 runs ahead.
There's only one winner again, though. Yeah.
Get to that stage, you're living the ball in the Dolphins' court. Anything can happen. I've seen a few connections throughout the season, so obviously they're playing the two options, and if they get to that milestone, and then obviously they're probably thinking they might just chase 80 to 100, 120.
That'd be the plan, yeah.
Time in the game.
Change the plan here. Second slip's gone to a short mid wicket and a deep square's gone out. So you almost get a feeling he's given a few to Nafel. Is he going to bounce Bull Bullier as well? Yeah, fairly obviously. So he's almost premeditating the duck. Never took his eyes off it. That was a good thing.
Could have done a double plus though.
Yeah, got to slid in the Yorker. Yeah. He's good at that. Got a nice Yorker his partner.
Deep box around. Good side at the moment.
His body language not good in the first half hour.
Ball from bottom.
Yeah, I must say, in terms of batting conditions, obviously first morning the weather was similar, but it was green and juicy and a new ball and it nipped around Dolphins 11-3. Then it became a real batting day. Dolphins' best chance to get wickets was yesterday. It was grey there and light was always a problem and it swung. Get a wicket, yeah.
I always feel that the rain last night is just compacted this pitch to an extent where it is tricky batting. So it's not enough, wasn't enough rain where you'd say it's nice and soft or I do think the spot on trend where it's a batting day. The Dolphins have to think outside the box and try and get a few wickets somehow, somewhere.
I thought it might have sweated a bit because the 9 o'clock start's always early and the covers would have been on with the overnight rain, till probably about 7:30. So you would have had a chance for a little sweating underneath the covers. But it's played really well this morning. I've hardly seen a ball go off straight.
It was that almost 7 the covers were
Good.
an hour before the top.
Jeff Bosch, 2 gullies and a short cover. Hanging it out there.
Been able to breathe nicely, so I think it's got as Dolphins fielding side, you're going to almost think outside the box. They've tried to do some real changes and just try and get under the skin of the Tuskers.
It's his 4th over of the morning. I'm not sure he's going to get much more. I'm not sure he's going to want much more. I think he's thinking, I'm going to be fresh with that new ball. But this is a make or break over for Ethan Bosch. And I think he's just hanging it out there now. It's going to be a battle of the mind. Is Nofel happy to play a maiden, or is he going to go after one that's hung out there with the short cover priming and 2 gullies and a slip Plan is set.
19 minutes away from my home track.
You don't want to give it away. No. No fine leg, and that'll tell you that Bosch has to be outside off stump by some way. Ring of catches, but two close gullies, slip, short cover. Getting wider and wider.
I'm moving to 8-1 field. You want some to go into catching. Start catching.
This is.
Never seen this before, Brett.
I can't recall ever seeing you involved in 8-1. Is it also trying to say to Malcolm, well, you can have a free run if you get off outside off stump and knock me to the onside, but this is a bizarre field. 8-1 offside field. And we've got 5 close catches, 3 behind, 2 in front. Don't bowl on the pants now. It's a good line. He's holding his line. I'll say that much. That's a good effort.
I was going to say, in this day and age, Battle probably would have tried to scoop that to find it.
Yeah. I think a player like a Devil Brevis would have said, you can't bowl to me with this field. I'm getting you to the onside. So happy to just watch it go. Whose patience breaks first? Does Bosch go, well, he's going to leave me, I'll go too straight and get worked away? Or Snowfall happy that it's a good line, actually. Middleman is going all the way down to fine leg now. This is really trying to play with the mind.
Between a fine leg and a deep square. So you're just going to chase the ball in front of the square on the big side, do you think, Brett?
Keeper is closest to it. Long ball at the 60th over. Oh, it almost worked. It almost worked. Slower ball, got him driving, and it just got wide of gully. So a moral victory, although he won't feel like he's won a battle there, Ethan Bosch, but a moral victory with that tactic. Nearly got no full. Slow ball, cut it, driving, and he sliced it away. And with all those catches that you felt it had to go to hand, but it hasn't. It's gone for 1.
Really shot to Bryce Boston standing in gully. Catch it. Coming in from the gully and again. He moved 1.
Morning, Vaughan. All good?
Good morning of cricket.
I'll tell you what, so many times in commentary where you say, well, why isn't the captain doing something? That was a wonderful example of a little bit of proactivity. And you might not have agreed with all of it, but it very nearly worked. And I'm very pleased that Jason Smith is thinking out of the box, as you were saying. It's the time to do that. Should pulled away in the air, but plenty of bounces before it reaches one of the 2 men back on the leg side. So this is almost a test match plan now, isn't it? You bowl one side of the wicket from one end, the other end you try and bounce.
I was thinking, you've got to look at last week and the Dolphins will be fresh in their minds. Obviously, what the Lions did to them at their batting innings of creating that pressure and always wants that thinking outside the box, but also have that pressure where they do play a full shot. So it almost is a test match sort of line and length. Do you think they can throw in a few more short ones? Get the batter playing outside of his game plan?
Especially with Bulbullion. So this is his 3rd first-class game of cricket. He's already got his career best. Previously, he made a 24 against the Dragons in that game. First round of matches where the Tuskers batted well in the first innings and collapsed on the last day to lose against the Dragons.
also thinking, I'm talking about anywhere, you're almost making the battle think twice of, okay, what's actually going to come through?
Yeah.
If the boat pitches the thing, do I drive through the offside? There's nobody in the cover region.
It's got a lick slip and a short mid wicket. That's the line if he's going to hit that field. He's got a man on the long leg boundary. He's got a man at deep square who's actually about 15 metres in from the boundary. So again, Vaughan, I like the fact that they're trying something. They haven't just turned up to go through the motions to the next new ball.
You also spoke about it last week as well. You don't want to be reactive. You almost want to be proactive, and that's where you might get your wicket or two out of nothing.
A little discussion about the possibility of a single there. They wouldn't have crossed. Fielder there, remarking Pillay, the naughty boy who put down the left-handed no-file yesterday in the covers.
JG and Joshua can have a over.
And let's see if we get that 8-1 again.
I think we do. So everybody's going to the offside.
A 9-0. Well, this is new. Never seen this before. Now, we've got a left-hander on strike, and this is the field that Jason Smith has set now is what I call a reverse bodyline field. So in Australia in 32-33, before they changed the law, you could have as many men as you wanted on the onside. And all of these fielders who are currently in that arc would have been on the other side, and Lywood, Vos, Bowes and Allen just banged the ball into the pitch looking for the rib cage. And it won out an Ashes series.
Batman's not wearing any helmet or protective gear.
Correct, yeah.
That's been quite scary.
The Australian wicketkeeper got hit under the heart and had to be carried off. They're still go to YouTube. Everything's on YouTube. Go to YouTube, and if you think that nearly 100 years ago they didn't bowl quick, you watch Harold Larwood bowl in the 32-33 series. Absolutely terrifying. That's a great delivery from Bosch with this field. That's where he needs to bowl. He's put his back into it, and there's a lot of chat out there.
That's indisciplined.
Yeah. Well, the other thing I like is that everybody is catching. They've got a point on the boundary, but he's 10 metres in, and he's there for the slash that goes in the air. He's not really a run saver, although he will fulfil that function to an extent.
So I just see, so we've got a first slip, we've got almost like a fifth slip, square gully, and someone catching sort of on square. Just want to see them a little bit closer. And like we saw in that last part of the last over, with the slow ball, it's not really going to reach. And I think anybody behind is catching anyway. So just want to see them squeeze no for as much as they can and try and put him under pressure.
It was something that we spoke about on commentary yesterday, that he's very one-sided. He's got good scoring shots through the offside, and particularly drives well, cuts well, less so through the onside. So this is a real mind game being played. That's a good line. And it's asking the question of life, do you want to still be here at lunch? Or are you going to get bored? Are you going to get annoyed that you can't score a run because of where everybody's standing? I mean, you will know plenty of players. I'm thinking of Java Meander, who walked across outside off stump and just nicked it into the onside.
I was thinking of myself as well.
Yeah.
One massive step across, just get a bit of bat in it. Then somebody chase it on the next side.
Oh, he's missed the bottom edge by an absolute fraction there. That's a poor shot, and that's exactly what the Hollywoodbets Dolphins are doing this for. They're trying to make Nofal play a shot that he shouldn't play.
They're testing his patience. They're testing his mental strength, obviously, to stay in that game plan of his.
It's one of those feels. Something walked into the ground now
Well,
and looked up at the scoreboard and saw 190 for one and saw the field. Then became, what in God's name is going on out there?
and the man facing is on 84 as well.
Yeah. How I feel him. Well, that's a good over from Bosch. I'm not sure how many he's got left in him.
I think he should give himself one more.
I think so too, because I think he's got inside Nofal's psyche very effectively there. Between us, four, let's just catch ourselves up with what's going on around the country. At Newlands, we've got an interesting game going on there. Northwest made 284, of which Ruben Herman made 143 of them. Ruin de Swart got 55. Buren Hendricks, National Bowler, 5 for 70. And Dame Patterson, 3 for 50. Nip Reply must have promised 299 for 3, with Josh Finnehan scoring 139, Jivashan Pillay 74, Daniel Smith, the captain, the young wicketkeeper back, is 65 not out. So Western Province are in a good position there, 15 ahead with 7 wickets in hand. So that's at Newlands. At St George's Park, the Warriors 157 and 185. With Jordan Newman is their big hope, at 69 not out. They lead by 1 because Bullock were bowled out for 274. Gavin Kaplan, who's the highest scorer in first-class cricket this year, made another 100, 110. And Aviwam Gajima made 92. That man put on 173, so all but 100 of the total. Duatul Lafayette, 4 for 66. And, Matthew Boxton, 4 for 55. Bartman to continue, football bullion. And then it's Centurion, Titans 368 with Senakwane 63, Yorick Van Skalpvik 72, and Rivaldo Unsami 58. The Lions in reply 269 for 6. And I want to get to this because this is fascinating. So the Lions are 99 behind. Josh Richards made 54, Dom Hendricks 79. They both made half centuries last week here. Who's not out? Delano Pokita, 41 not out. And Bjorn Fontaine, 38 not out. They've currently put on 80 for the 7th wicket. And you better not show those statistics to the Dolphins fielders, who had to endure a 330-run stand for the 7th wicket last week.
Knowing those two at the crease, I think they're going to try and hope for that 330.
Yep. And Delano Potty, oh, that's 4. Now that's an English delivery, isn't it? It's gone past the stumps and then swung. Absolutely flummoxed the wicketkeeper.
Bowlers looking at the keeper, keeper's looking at the bowler.
Wicketkeeper, by the way, is Golomelo Pili, who is in for the indisposed Hanu Filyun. He lost his voice. Spoke to him at the beginning of the day yesterday, and he's currently in bed sick. He will bat if necessary. But obviously, you'd only be able to bat at number 7, which is probably where he'd come in anyway. But this is the Crusaders wicketkeeper, period. He went to St David's Marist. He's got a brother who plays first-class cricket as well. Oh, that one's gone as well. Wow. You've got a feel for the keeper there, though. That went a long, long way after it passed the bat.
Nowadays, in the academy at the Dolphins, so learning his trade here. So we'll be glued to him at the moment. Really to get his feet moving.
Well, the bowler will be thinking, well, if it can swing like that after it passes the bat, why can't I do it before? Well, there's 2 men back on the short ball. There it is. That's how it leaves it alone.
He's the one swing.
I did watch Nofal have it thrown down it away for now, given that there's a man at square leg, man at long leg, man at deep square, just in front. Going back to body line, he has to be just in front. If he was just behind the square, it would be a no ball. Into the over. 195 for one. We've had 47 minutes played this morning. And no wickets. No wicket of the match, of the innings rather. Junkie Rapalano stood on his own stumps. Not badly, just enough to knock off the off back. And he goes down as hit wicket. Got power for 61. We haven't seen spin yet this morning. We nearly saw it. Wasn't that comical? Second over of the day, the left arm spinner comes up to bowl. He's done all of his preparations, and then his captain hands him his cap and says, "Thanks for coming."
Part-time spinner, you grab every charge you can. Arsenal did hand the captain very quickly. Knocked his run-up and then got told, sorry, you didn't boat.
Right, we do have that bowling change with McQuenna coming into the attack. 20-year-old fast bowling Tyro making his first-class debut in this match. Bowled with pace yesterday. Got the ball past the bat a couple of times, and certainly showed a lot of promise. But obviously, nothing in the wickets cold. Yeah. For Jason Smith today, just as yesterday, just give him the ball and tie the dog loose. Just run in and give him 4 of your quickest overs.
The short balls now.
Just one thing we won't see is a 9-0 field.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That's in the right spot straight away. That's a good question that Brett Proctor's posed. I wonder whether McQueen and Bully will play together after the under-19s.
The Brett and lost it together.
Okay.
What team was I think it was.
So Bully will have faced him in the net.
Yeah.
And, we had Shadesy in commentary with us yesterday. He stood in that series when the under-19s played against England. And he said that McQueen was the best bowler on either side.
He has got something on here. Being at the Dolphins like an opportunity, which is good to see. You, like you say, you want him to let loose and just bowl as quickly as you can. It's got something special. A nice smooth action. I'm sure it's going day by day this trade.
And again, man under it. Is he going to get there? Oh, really good effort from Martian Pillay. The ball just died at the very last moment. Well, that's what he's bowling for. That's what he's come into the side or into the attack to do. He's hurting the batter. He's very nearly got a wicket in his first over of the day.
Victor answer. He's only got finally out in the step or looking at the clouds.
There's this wind blowing again. It's quite possible that ball moved a little bit in the air. But those are the sort of half chances that you need to take when the opposition are 195 for one.
Going 7-2 third against left-handed. Van Dijk and Milan.
I think you can get no far right now. He's had to enjoy those 2 overs from Watford, where all he was doing was leaving the ball. Get one in the right place now. Just outside off stump, he's going to have a go, and maybe
I would even be if I hit the pace into ball.
so.
Tried to pace the ball, and I'd even throw in a bouncer straight in his head. Have a go. If he hits it for 4 in front of square or
Doesn't matter.
that's 2 square leg, it doesn't matter. But you must have through it to his head that I'm gonna ball at you. I'm gonna try and get you out. And I love the outside off stump and it's working. You also want to just throw that pass just to say, hey, we are still here. We're also going to come for you. And see if your plays are working. That's underneath us.
That's where to go. That's exactly what we're asking for, because that's in the air. That could very easily have been a get-out shot. So good over. I like that from McQuennan.
And also with that bouncer, you can take away Nofil's feet. And if you hold that line in length, that's where you get caught in gully or caught at catching cover.
Looks like we have a bowling change here.
Promotion play coming from them again.
First time into the attack is Meatham Paisley. He actually bowled an over of off spin in the Lions game. Virtually everybody bowled something in the Lions game. But Pillow, 19-year-old, he was in Bangladesh in July with the under-19s, so he will also know Pullia. Pullia was the captain of that side. Got a career best against the Lions, saving the game of 94. But here he is with the ball.
So I like this plan from Jason Smith. He's obviously seen something. Letting his part-time seamer come in and bowl. So going on the 6-3 field. Middle, catching cover, catching in front of a point and a gully. The man charging the boundary on the point.
It's also a good start.
Left side, middle on him, catching with a deep square, just 10 meters off the boundary. But I love the proactive thinking of just clear up now for to distribution closer to that new ball. Is he going to take promotion play on, or is he going to bide his time?
Reaching for that one a little bit. No slip. We do have a gully. And 2 men close enough to be catching at the offside.
What's your cap on him? We were speaking earlier about the Tuskers trying to get him in, or the Dolphins trying to take some wickets. This is the time where the Tuskers can should take the game to the Dolphins here.
That's a good lead. I think that's a very fair point to make. This is the 5th seamer, and you can't just let him bowl.
Because also, with all due respect, if he's got the discipline and the accuracy, he can also do a very good job for the Dolphins. And maybe try and get that wicket as we're loosely saying as a golden arm. So it's almost sort of an off edge at the moment.
Which seems an odd thing to say when the Tuskers are 197 for 1. But it is. You're quite right. We know that there's a little relationship of the Tuskers, KZN Inland, as they're also called. They're the younger brother. They're the one that is second in the line at the refrigerator. And there'll be a little bit of mental fragility because of that. Inch and 4.
Well,
Yeah, very well done. Wouldn't have made a difference if there'd been a slip there. That would probably gone through third slip, and he's never going to have three.
Yes, guys.
It's got no foul going again. The 200 comes up in 271 minutes off 390 balls with 28 fours. No foul is close to getting into the 90s now. And as you mentioned, the game on a night edge, because here's a man who's played for many years, but as Brett Proctor was saying, in New Zealand, more used as a slow left armer rather than a batter, and they've got better and better. He's only got 3 first-class centuries, so it'll be in his head. I've got a chance here to get a ton.
A very good time. That's last thing I'm picking at the scoreboard, the partnership is at 87. I'm going to try and hold on that.
It's the Australians' magic number, isn't it? Things happen on 87.
Yep. The English are 13 and the Australians are 87.
Oh, the English more than anything. Nelson, 111. So this might be the attempt for a little while now. Certainly up to drinks. McQuenna trying to unleash thunderbolts from the old Fort End. And Martin Pillay just trying to keep it quiet at the other end, but able to nip one out. Well, excellent. That's a good bouncer.
I don't think India is going to be pulling or cooking anything or some drinks.
Well,
I think it's going to be lesson.
yeah, not after being put down. Well, that'll test his mental resolve and whether he belongs here. He looks a good player, doesn't he? He's nice and sideways at the crease. He's got a simple method. Watches the ball well.
Seems great. He looks nice and compact. It's a nice technique.
Good view. Before the game recommenced this morning, we'll talk about the way that the innings might go. I think it was fairly self-evident that the one thing that the Moothee Tuskers didn't want was to lose wickets in a cluster before lunch. So the fact that the scoring rate has maintained around the 3.1 level that it's been at, they won't worry about that. The afternoon session will be key.
Definitely feel that session after lunch and again after tea if they're still batting. Very crucial for them, especially to try and set the game up where they can only bat once. Try and put the Dolphins under pressure and maybe chase something very, very small on day 4.
The other thing to perhaps talk about is the points scenario. You can only score points within the 100 overs. So they've got 35 overs left to try and get as many runs as possible.
I almost think looking at that scoreboard now is try and get the 98 and then anything extra in that 100 over spell and then sort of pull out maybe 100 behind, maybe 80, 60, something like that. Just throw the ball back into the Dolphins' court.
Mm-hmm.
Let the Dolphins set them something and chase it. But I don't know where the mindset is of either side. So I think it almost sort of like a reverse Australian. Okay, we batted by 100 overs. You're pulling out now, and let's see what you're going to do going forward to try and make a game of it. So, yeah.
Very attacking field now. 72. Very nearly snaffled him out there.
Another quick bouncer, well done with it.
There is a man at long leg.
Well, you've got to catch it.
There's a man close enough to be called catching at mid wicket. Those are the only two fielders on the onside. So Jason Smith is giving his bowler plenty of backup here. He's telling him that there's a plan.
Oh, that's it. Coming in and throwing those under balls.
Yep.
As your fate.
Well,
Could I go? So
yep, we've had an hour of the morning session. Thanks very much to Vaughan Yarsfeld, and the Tuskers have moved on from their overnight score, 164 for 1 to 202 for 1. So that's 38 runs in the first hour. A little bit shy. That the good news is that the Dolphins bowled 13 overs in the first hour with all the seamers on. It'll get a bit quicker. So just to fill it in, we will be having an extended afternoon session to try and make up for the time lost yesterday. We lost just over 30 overs yesterday to the light. Yet too much play after tea. Robias and Pillay to continue from the game end. What do you think, Brett? Who's won that first hour?
The Tuskers have won it, but I've enjoyed the challenge. It's very different. I mean, the 9-0 field, 8-1 field, this bit of short pitch stuff that they've had the Tuskers batters thinking. Nigel hasn't looked as secure. I think he's almost second guessed his own plans to some degree. Bully has just been calmness personified at the other end, but they've created a few chances. That's why it's been an intriguing first hour. But well done, the Tuskers, for getting through.
Lottery backs, the more impressed I am by Bill Bullier.
One thing I've heard you and Vaughan postulated about where the game's going. I think when the Tuskers feel they can't lose it, they've got to put the foot on the gas. I think in terms of that 13 over the first hour, they scored about 35, so they're just under 3. So
Shot.
Good shot for 4.
That's what he has done there. He's hit the bad ball. And that wasn't a terribly
No,
bad
it wasn't. No. Good shot. He looks very neat and tidy. You can see why he's got so many reps as being there. He's under 19. Principal provider from a scoring perspective. He's sort of almost an unnoticed player. You wouldn't look at him and oh, he's got a great cover drive. He cuts and pulls well, like he just does everything simply and accurately, precisely.
We shouldn't overhype him at this stage of his career.
Please no.
Instant goal. Good catch. Good catch. That was travelling.
It's just hanging out there wide. We're just seeing his praise.
Commentator's night, man.
Yeah, he doesn't do anything flash, and there was something flashing. Knee down, a little bit of wind, full length, throwing the bat at it. Just taking a very good catch and slip. They needed that Dolphins. It's 206 for 2.
Well, Billy was scoring his runs off 96 balls with 6 fours.
It's amazing, just a weekend, and suddenly you go, okay, does that change the complexity?
Yeah,
I think that's probably made them more even. Because the Tuskers haven't got away in terms of free run scoring. I think that was the prime requirement the Dolphins wanted this morning. Just to have them thinking about it. Yeah. And it's created a wicket.
Well, Pullier looks mortified walking off the pitch. And that's good to see. He's got his career best, 41, but he feels he should have been there for the day. And walking past him is his captain, Mike Erlang. Just slightly surprised that the Moothee Tuskers didn't think about a right-left combination again. Got 2 left-handers out there now. There you go.
They got only left armers.
A lot of those figures on the screen are 162 matches, 35 50s, 1400s, averaging 32. Say that average is a lot lower than it ought to be. probably fair to say that he's a better player now in his 30s than he was in his 20s.
Yeah, I mean, when he first came on the scene, I think it was the Knights, maybe. I remember playing for the Knights. But he was an off-spinner that could bat a bit. And then there was an opener missing somewhere, and he got the job, I think, in a second innings. It might have got 100 or got a big score. People went, "Hey, this fella can bat. He's got a mind of an opening batter." He opened a bit for the Dolphins for a while. Yeah, sort of at the Oval when the Tuskers not in existence for was 1 year now, and he was back for the Dolphins. I think it was against Western Province. Couldn't rock. He played for him last year. He's a neat and tiny player, but he's not under any pressure at 206 for 2. But they want a little flurry of wickets now. This team's like a cat amongst the innings.
Absolutely. Yep, so there's an hour and 23 minutes to go to lunch. They don't really want to lose another wicket, but they certainly don't want to lose another 2.
Yeah, well, we were talking about possibilities and what was needed. He's telling by the Dolphins in order to feel that they were pressed on to victory. And we said a minimum of 4, probably 5 in the session, and it didn't look like they were going to get 1.
Yeah.
Now they've got the 1, suddenly there's a bit of better body language.
And big ups to Jason Smith. We talked about his field placing, but also he's thrown the ball to Ramesh and Pillar, who probably wasn't expecting to bowl at all today, and he's done the job. He's got the wicket.
I actually like the energy from Gwen at the other end, the youngster making his debut. You know, his conditions go. The best time for batting is now. Also, it's a sunny day. Yesterday was a grey day. You thought it would do something all day. And he's run it and he's been accurate. He's got good pace. He's got good energy as an under-19 player. You can see the reason people give him raps and there's a bit of potential. Yeah.
And he's in this game a straight swap for Tristan Lewis, who played against the Lions. Picked up a little bit of an ankle injury. Not serious enough to have kept him out of the side, but he's also 19, turning 20. So there's a possibility down the line that the Dolphins could have a cutting-edge new ball attack.
I think this has done enough already for people to go, okay, sit forward a little bit more. The graduation from under-19 cricket to senior cricket has been more seamless. This we still is a case of work in progress.
So no foul into the 90s. What will Mike Yearling make of Von McQuinn?
He's quick, Andy, but he's got a good pace where that's uppermost in your mind as a batter, where you go, oh, hang on, I've got to have Holder on the back foot if this lad's like he's a handy pace, but you're still thinking of the basic tenet of batting. If it's full, I'm getting forward. If it's full, I'm getting back.
But probably also look at him and say, well, he might get quicker.
It's not really, is it? You're still in growth in him, I suppose. It's good luck at an energetic pace.
Yeah.
He's going on the surface and with the ball in his hand that offers him nothing. So that's what's impressed me about his Sunday.
His bounces have been good. They've been bounces that are putting doubt into the mind of the batter.
He's doing some thinking himself, and he's changing the angle and throwing around the wicket. Not that I'm overly happy with that, because I still like the angle to a new man. But if he gets one from around the wicket to tail in, it's an opportunity to reach the defence.
6-3, fairly standard field. Good leave. Nice carry through.
And it did actually, it handled it and then just tailed a little bit away, but it was always starting wide, so it wasn't introducing the option of a shot. It should have been better today. In fact, probably if they bowled like this yesterday, they would have got a lot more out of conditions, whereas today, they're not bad friendly conditions. They've leaked what? 44 runs. That's in a matter of
14 over.
So it's threes. Which is they've got the game on hold, as it were.
One thing that they will have to be wary of is over bowling their seam attack with the new ball only 12.2 overs away. And that's part of the reason that Marshall Pillay came on, I'm sure. And interesting that he was the option rather than the spinner, or either of the spinners.
I think where they can whip these two, if I can put it that way, just off the line. No, all he goes over the front line. Is that if they want a protracted spell now, his third over, and I think his third spell down. When if he bowls a 5 or 6, it gets close to the new ball, but they won't be required with the new ball. And then there's a lunch break in between, so they'd probably be required somewhere an hour and 15 minutes into session 2.
Yeah.
So they would have had a good breather.
Yeah, all good. In the air, dropped. That's Bosch in the covers. You expect him to take an opportunity like that, so it's not an easy one. It's dipping, but even so, we can watch it again on the screen.
Usual after 12 p.m.
Just a poor shot, really, from no far.
Early.
Oh, from Erlang, sorry.
Yeah, the footwork wasn't there. It's the strength of the length that his ball didn't get a stride in. It was almost as the tall he got out. He just drives full and I'll throw their hands at it. It's carrying to Bosch. Not easy, but you'd expect it to be caught. And if there has been an error in their bowling yesterday, the catching's been in this Dolphins. So that's probably catch number 4 that's gone down.
It is catch number 4. I made a note. So yesterday, they dropped Jonty Rapalani in the covers. Notball was dropped at long on. That was Kyle Zondo coming in just a little bit slowly. And then this morning, Bulbullia dropped by Pillay, same position, mid-off in this case. Long off, I should say. And now Erlang dropped by Bosch.
And there's a debating point that Rob Dunn was put down by keeper Kerry for standing up with Ireland.
Yes.
We can't confirm that one, but if you've got 4.5 chances that you've put down,
and opposition is 208 for 2.
Make that 208 for 6, and you know who's in the box seat.
Absolutely. Catches win matches. One of the oldest tenets in the book. He's bowled right, wasn't he? He bowled a little bit against the Lions here last week, and was very much military medium. Just looks as if he's trying to bend his back a bit, yeah.
And wicket might just add a lot to
it makes a difference, doesn't it? And the fact that he's in the attack at all ahead of Jason Smith is interesting. I wonder why Jason didn't bowl himself.
He's very reluctant about Jason. He's one of those who started a career as a genuine all-rounder, probably batting the first string of his bow. But as he's made more and more runs, the necessity to bowl has probably diminished. And Brian McMillan used to be the same. He was a really good bowler, hit the bat hard.
And Jack covers.
Yeah. But both only bowled when we really needed in the twilight years.
Brian McMillan was a mean bowler.
Oh,
people hated facing him, and he didn't want to bowl.
You thought he had no pace. Every batter that you spoke to would go, gee, this guy hits the bat hard.
Yep.
Ambled it, rolled those shoulders, overwent the quick arm action, and was just incredibly fast.
Good cricketer.
Very good cricketer.
Yeah, and hands like shovels as well.
Caught everything, dropped nothing.
It was in the air for a little while. Now they're going to get 2. No, they're not. They probably should have got 2 there.
Suppose if we start to analyse a little bit more critically, and we were a bit harsh on the Dolphins bowling yesterday, but it was probably below a standard they'd want, but not bad. We would never say it was poor bowling. I mean, we just couldn't quite find the length yesterday. But their cricket has been really different. A lot of misfields, keepers being untidy, standard keeper period. Put tackles down. We've made mention of that. And how different the game could have been. Now, look at the field, the wicket was flat. And you created chances and just didn't get them.
They got nicely forward there, but the fielding side thought they sniffed an inside edge onto Pound. Profile's moved to 91. This might be the last over for drinks.
Cloudy again. That's right. You don't want to see clouds in Durban because you know it means bad night.
Sure. And that's a good shot from there. Like it gets him off the mark. So Pelly's now bowled 3 overs and take 1 for 10. And here come the drinks. So just the 1 wicket this morning, that of Mohammed Bulbulia, caught by Kaya Zondo. That first flip off a hard nick off the bowling of Ramashan Pillay. He went for 41, and the total at drinks 210 for 2.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest role.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano Bukela Amanina Ishala Ikakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Dry smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Ozanawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic.
Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volpa.
Oh, that's out of here. Oh, just like that. This is thrilling. It's a jam.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dominic Hendricks and I am the captain of the DP World Lions Red Ball team. I think number one, we had a great campaign. We didn't lose a game at home, and I think that was one of the keys to our success last season. The thing that impressed me the most was that we sort of won away from home quite a few times, and yeah, we were highly competitive throughout the campaign. The final was a heated affair. Unfortunately, we couldn't win that outright, and we had to settle for a draw. But I think the big thing was that we managed to get
Welcome back. You've just missed one delivery after drinks with a single picked up by Mikey Erlang down the leg side. This is the Kabani McQuinn bowling to Malcolm Mofile. He's got 4 for that.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
It's a top edge, but in reasonable control.
Yeah, Tuskers. Yeah.
The encouraging thing for the Dolphins that Michael decided to have a flap there, but I think from where he might have been induced from stroke is the direction of the bouncer was never likely to be uncontrolled. It looks like, okay, he's got it away very fine, but it was because the line was outside leg stump by some margin. It's when you're pulling that and it's almost around about the throat and you've got no control of the arms crank up that you scream into either deep square, top edge, or down the far there.
Yeah. Both of those fielders are in place. He's got a man in front of square covering a lot of real estate. This time he's hit it properly for 1. That'll take no foul to 96, so he's within 1 good hit of his 4th first-class century.
Happy days. He's had a few scares. But for the most part, I've loved the calmness. Really good.
It's done a huge amount after it passing stumps. Wicketkeeper Peary has taken that to the left of first slip. It's not supposed to be a problem day. The
Late afternoon problem, but not midday problem.
no foul as well, and he's got his captain with him now. He's a calm presence and can take on the senior player. Nurse his man to his 100. Then after that, the possibility that the Tuskers might just throw it off the shackles in the hour or so before lunch.
Dolphins expect their runs 162. And what 17 overs this morning and 49 runs, so it's less than 3 to the over, and that would please the home side. Yes, they've only got the 1 wicket, but the danger of the Tuskers escaping completely.
They haven't got away.
They haven't got away. So I think they've also now got to be mindful of playing like a side who's on top, let alone a side who's behind again. At 216 for 2, sometimes you've got to be a little bit more intense, a little bit more positive about your play to try and win the game. I think if they labour their way to level scores, that'll be lunchtime tomorrow. If they keep going. Yeah.
Slap ball from Pillay. It bounces twice through to the keeper. He's trying things. He's 3 overs. He's the one man who's taken a wicket today. Mohammed Bully played really well. got onto the back foot, looking to smash it square. Got a fast nick to Kayozondo. Took a good catch.
Good catch.
In the air and dropped. Did that carry? Just short. Oh, this.
Is he getting twitchy because he ran down the wicket there? And I wouldn't have expected Malcolm Nofel to be running down the wicket.
No. Just the body language of the fielders just suggests that Sepang Detole's stop of the ball there was a half chance. Got himself into position to pull that, and there is nobody behind square on the onside, and then let it go.
There's no need for him to take a risk. He would have kicked himself if he'd hold out at extra cover there running down the wicket.
I do wonder whether what we're talking about is what they're talking about in the pavilion, and if Ahmed Amla has had a word with Mike Learbank and said, listen, if you do go there, don't hang around. Somebody needs to take the game away from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, and you're the man. That might just be what's gone on.
No, we got an 8-1 again, Andy.
And we are indeed. So that means that's where he's got a bowl. They've obviously seen the intent that Erlang has got it there and thought, well, if you want to have a go, but have a go at this.
I think it's been fun to watch bowlers bowl into these fields, but I've always go to you. You've got to be incredibly in control as a bowler to just do it, and they have done it.
One thing to have Bosch bowling that.
Yeah, hello. Yeah. What Malcolm Nofel wouldn't do for a little hip ball on the hip now.
Yeah, that I think a good point, because they won't have this field for Erlang. They've successfully, I think, got inside the head of Malcolm Nofel. He's got to 96 not out. He's not going to give it away against a phantom medium pacer bowling to a strange field.
Yep.
It's got a ball.
It is, and it's actually quite an intriguing battle. This is it's been as good a cricket from the Dolphins in the field as we've seen at any stage in the settings. They actually, the long ball and conditions that are probably more batting friendly than it's ever been, making the batters work for their runs with syncretic fields and just good controlled disciplined bowling.
Well, I'm going to step out. VVJ will come into my seat.
An hour and a half cricket this morning, 18 overs in that period. Fading light, not bad at all, but and the addition of 53 runs. So it's been an even morning. You're probably still backing the Tuskers. It's now 7-2 field. Young McQueen is charging in from the Old Ford end, goes to Erlang. He's been quite busy and energetic, McQueen and Vaughan. But for a lad on debut, he's tried his heart out, bowled at good pace, and whilst he hasn't got anything against his wickets column, he hasn't looked the worst at all.
We're showing the intensity and let loose, especially from the advice from the captain.
Can he get quicker, do you think, McQueen? Will he get stronger, bigger?
Definitely think so. With the right coaching, right programs, I'm sure he will get another yard or two.
Probably needs to. Single to early brings Nofel onto strike. And I've got a feeling this is where it's going to happen. He had a flap at a couple in the last over, hooked one for 4, got one away to the boundary rider for 1. He's thinking he's going to get more short pitch stuff. He likes the option. He's going to take it on, and he knows he needs just the boundary to get to 3 figures.
I should say the breadth of field change, long leg, deep square leg in front of square. sort of a backward square leg, hoping that he does flap into them.
Is he quick enough with the ball this hole to really trouble a man on 96 though? Well, we'll soon know, but that looks like it's going to be the ploy, or is it the double up? 96 no full. Drop the bet.
I think that short ball is coming. That is 3 balls maybe.
It's interesting seeing perhaps Durban, the umpire, going across the point. What he's doing there's no light that he's worried about. He's trying to make sure that the deep square stays in front of square. Otherwise, they'll have 3 behind square on the onside, and that, of course, would be a no ball. 96 he stays. Will it be the 100? It'll just be one more. Well played. Rode it nicely. Little ripple of applause from the visiting dressing room.
I'd like to have seen up his spin before the new ball. Just to see the mindset of Lothar and Bogulia before he got out.
Yeah, I thought I detected Bryce Parsons that slip just rolling the shoulders, perhaps suggesting, because this is probably over number 5, I think, from McQueen and the spell. Pele's bowled 4, so you're probably right. You might get your wish born and see some sprint. Trying to think, there is just under an hour to the new ball. Yeah, until lunch, I'm sorry, and 8 overs to the new ball. So the new ball will be due before lunch. I'd probably take it straight away. Go Bosch and Barton will have had a breather, and if they bowl a couple of overs apiece before lunch with a new ball and then a longer spell after, yeah, it'll be worth taking straight away. Another good over from young McQueen. 13 overs, 0 for 43 on debut. He would love to have had a wicket. He had a chance early and put down on 0 by Bosch and cover. It would lovely for him to have got in the wickets column. It's not to be. And are we seeing a change? No, Pele is still going to be going. 218 for 2. 19 overs bowled today. 61 runs scored. No, beg your pardon. 55 runs scored. So it's less than 3 and over. But just the 1 wicket. Who's on strike? Nofel, with again this very strange and idiosyncratic offside field of 8. And 1 man at a wide mid-on to the onside.
Shuffle across. Hit it through the leg side. Get your 100.
You would. You would. Come on. Pele's got to be very accurate here. He stays holding. Yeah, you almost go, even if he gets across outside into that channel, but he doesn't get the length he wants, he can still leave.
100%.
But if he gets into the channel and it's full, gee, that onside's going to be peppered.
I just think, even just as Pele is bowling a part-time seamer,
yeah,
just maybe a shuffle here and there, get it off his line and length, maybe get a few freebies from him.
I think what upset him was he ran down the wicket and nearly held out at cover. He hit it to Coney. I think he's gone, oh, I don't want to do that again. I'm 97. He's going to wait for it. It's 2 slips in a gully. They still feel they can find the edge. And 2 short covers, 1 square, 1 straight, and it means that extra cover can go deeper. They've got a point on the boundary and a mid-off.
In this sense, Brett, you want that cover to come in as well. Maybe a couple of steps. Yeah. Catching option, maybe.
He may think then of going in the air, but Willie on 97. We wait patiently for Nofel's 100. Pele. We wait a little longer. It's been incredibly patient today. There's those who, once they get into the 90s, want to go through it as quickly as possible. If I see it, I'm going to hit it. I'm timing it. I've been playing well. I'll just back myself. And there's others who go, that milestone, it becomes so jittery. It's particularly when you haven't reached it a lot, I suppose. I think they said Nofel made 3 first-class hundreds. But He is working really hard to get to another. He could have had a pull there. Surely he could have had a pull at that one.
He should have. Slow off the pitch. There's nobody back.
It's almost a free hitter. The chances of holding out at mid-on are remote if you're having a pull.
He could have even put his bat there. Get up a little bit. And I'm chase for whoever's going to try and chase it down.
There's nervousness. Even you could always see that the Dolphins' body language is nervous for Malcolm Nofel. Who's going to break first? Will it be Pillay and give the freebie? Will it be Nofel with shot selection? There it is, too short, pulled away, and it will go all the way towards that long boundary. It goes for 6, and there is the 100. What a special 100 that is. The half tractor that he was waiting for, and Malcolm Nofel goes to 3 figures, and he's full value for that. It's been a patient knock. His shot selection has been outstanding, and he got there in the most emphatic style. It's taken him 218 balls with 1 6 and 14 fours.
I see the relief on Badler and Children. That's significance.
It's quite amazing. His second 50 took exactly the same number of balls as his first, 114 balls. Oh, I'm wrong. It's 104 balls the second 50. Got a feeling, and I'd like to see now and think that he's got the milestone. Yes, a personal milestone out the way, but I want to see him and Mark Erlang take the game forward now for the Tuskers. They have to be positive. They can't stay in the same pace of play now. They've 7 overs to the new ball. Let's try and go 40 runs in that period. Get to 260 plus before the new ball might strike again.
You almost think that this McNeil's last over.
Yeah.
Maybe the introduction of spin. Could see that more shots being played. I think that the Tuskers are at that point where they have to have the discussion.
Well, what's the worst scenario? Let's postulate the worst scenario. If they play badly and trying to be intense, they'll still probably get over 300. Then have the Dolphins got enough time to bat and set them something that the Dolphins will feel they can bowl them out in? I think there's so much time out the game. I think it's time for the Tuskers to take the game by the scruff of the neck. Go, let's be positive, back ourselves to get ahead today and have a bowl at the Dolphins late this afternoon. Even if it's 50 ahead, it's just if they roll the Dolphins over, they're chasing, as you said earlier, something meager like 100, 150 on the last afternoon. Then it's your game to win.
And I mean, the pitch only deteriorated.
Not at all. Not at all. In fact, it's probably got better.
We almost think whatever they bowl, the Dolphins are full, they can probably chase it. Within the given amount of time.
Yeah, it's always interesting to imagine the mindsets. Are they going the wickets so flat? We will probably struggle to bowl the Dolphins out. Let's just rack up the points here. Just get out of the game with the points for a draw. Dropping straight back to the bowler, who's been good.
But if you look at it, Brett, you've got another 26 overs of points that you can get.
Make the most of it. It's almost, I wouldn't worry. Sorry, I'm interrupting you, Paul. I wouldn't worry about the Dolphins picking up bowling points. If you can accentuate your batting points, how will that hold you in great stead during the course of the season?
And then also you're giving yourself a chance to win the game.
Yeah, come on, let's be positive. Let's hope the Tuskers take this hour, 50 minutes before lunch, and score 50 runs. 50 runs, run a minute. It doesn't necessarily have to be with slogging. It's just a little bit of footwork, a little bit more positive shot selection, maybe the drop and run between them. Just get that board ticking better.
We almost feel if players want to carry on bowling from them game end, something's going to happen.
Both spinners warming up. I think your original thought, Vaughan, is probably going to be the correct one. That they can bowl a lot of spin. Well, not a lot of spin, but spin up to the new ball. He's been good, McQueen. He really has. He's shown a lot of energy. He's tireless. He's really tried. He's hardly bowled a bad ball in his spell. Trying to think. I think he was 8 overs for round about 30 something. 8 overs for 30. Now he's going to be 14 overs for 43. So that's like 2 and over this morning.
It's 12 nicely. Yeah, obviously have learned some valuable lessons this morning. That you can bowl with that pace and vigor. Should try and be as measly as possible.
No mid on. It's the 7-2 field. Just full punch down the ground. There were cries of catch because it was in the air. But I like that from Mike Erlang. He's looking to be positive. He's looking to take the game forward. And he's punished McQueen down the ground for 4.
I think McQueen is kicking himself because he started to catch it, but it then hits him in the chest. It was so close to
The Dolphins still believe that they have never really got an ultra defensive, even though they've hung on one side. They've still got 2 slips in a gully. Why shouldn't they when a man's on just 7? Edged and taken. There he gets his reward. Nothing less than he's deserved. McQueen gets his first-class wicket. Wasn't a great shot, but there was just a bit of extra bounce as it angled across. Parsons took it neatly at slip. And the Dolphins get a second strike of the morning. Tuskers 3 down.
no once that the captain disappearing before lunchtime. But credit to McQueen, he's come in, he's bowled properly, he's bowled the right line, right lengths, he's given his captain exactly what he's asked for. It's almost a second slip.
It did. It didn't. I mean, the one that Bulbillia edged off Pele, who's a slow bowler, threw to Zondo, took a stinger. This one almost, as you say, it had an arc to it as it passed its way to Parsons at slip. He was never going to drop that. So the end of Erlang, that just makes the morning look a little bit better for the Dolphins. I think Sean Gilson is going to be the new another left-hander. So in the top 5, 4 left-handers for the Tuskers. Well. 172 still the deficit. New ball 6 overs away. The light is getting a little bit brighter for the Dolphins not in an actual sense, but just in a sense that things are looking better for them because they've taken 2 decent catches. They put 4 catches down, and that's going to hurt them in the long term. But a 228 for 3, still looking very solid, the Tuskers. But another couple of wickets, and with a new ball, or even one more before the new ball comes, and it might look very, very different midway through the afternoon. I'm wondering, Vaughan, both spinners were loosening up, and I've got a feeling that was McQueen's last over. And it was going to be spin from both ends. Now that he's got a wicket, you're probably not going to get the ball out of McQueen's hand. He's going to want at least another one. And we're also going to carry him with Pele. So it's going to be seam up maybe till the new ball's available.
Just sort of think that new batting, maybe over McQueen's going to bowl another one. But I would have gone straight to spin now.
Yeah, I think if Gilson's on strike, I'd definitely give McQueen another go because he's bowled nasty. If Knoffel's on strike, maybe you go, perhaps not, even though he's just got a wicket. Sean Gilson averaging 31, 100 against Easterns, but he's not on strike. He's at the non-strikers in Pillay. I'm never been a fan of massively heavily weighted fields like a 7-2, which we've got now. But I'd still rather bowl to 7-2 than an 8-1. 8-1 is so difficult.
What's going to be on your ticket every single ball?
You can't bring the stumps into play. That's probably my biggest gripe about a really split field.
Even the same with the 7-2, you're almost aiming for 5th, 6th stump.
Okay, new man on strike, surely he can bowl wicket to wicket and bowls with a 6-3 because he doesn't need the sweeper out anymore for a man who's facing his first ball. Surely.
We might need to put that on the loudspeaker.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed at the moment.
Just probably take an off stump card so he knows if he gets a pad in the way, he's outside the line. So you're almost going, there's only one method of dismissal here, and it's caught somewhere. Because if he's too straight, oh, no, hang on.
Had 12
players on the field. Can you believe it? 12 for 12 on the field. Oh my word.
For a whole
I wonder they couldn't hit it through that offside. 12 players on the field.
And no one picked it up. Someone from the dugout shouted and had a word with Barton. Small Kula as a subfielder. No way, not ready to drop.
Yeah. One slip, Gully. You want to be able to bowl wicket to wicket. So that's why I'd like him to have a 6-3 as opposed to... Gilson's not going to lash it through 4 men in the covers.
Even almost one.
Give him a gap to drive at.
100%.
Yeah. Get an extra slip in, or this is a very... This is a tactic that was working against Northall, but I think to a new man, you've got to be a little bit more attacking. No matter who's got the ball in hand. The one thing about this Tuskers batting line, they all look neat players. There's no real flourish, no extravagance. Organised, compact. Change of angle. He's going to go over the wicket. Surely another slip then. Surely one of those catches in the covers has got to go to slip.
It doesn't look like that.
It's not going to happen, but I think on the angle it should be. These two youngsters have been steady. Pillay and McQueen both have got wickets. Billy are falling to Pillay. Decent spell. 6 over ration, 1 for 17. Has done a really good job. McQueen is impressed. A lot of energy, good control, hits the bat hard. He'll have better days, get more reward for a lesser spell. 75 overs done, 229 for 3.
Captain has decided to go with the left arm spin. Bryce Parsons at the whole 4 trading. Would have loved to have seen McQueen with one more over, but obviously Northall's facing, they've obviously gone with the spin.
It's worth a try, change of pace. Effectively 65 for 2 in 22 overs today. So it might be the Dolphins just tilting the session. Let's count the fielders because Pillay is back on the field. So somebody's gone off. Maybe there's McQueen who's having he's out of team at wicket, but the field is well spread. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, there's only 11. I don't think I've ever seen that. 12 fielders at any given stage. And balls actually bowled with 12 fielders on the park.
First class game.
No,
First
I don't think I've ever seen it in a club game, let alone a first class game. So what field have we got? Long's out. Middle deepish. Sweeper at square on the offside's out. You've got a slip catching, short mid wicket, 45 or not quite 45, but a man just behind square saving one, and a man on the drive. And in the outfield, as they try and work away through Malcolm Northall's defences. Parsons going to go around the wicket.
Cares boy to Cares boy. It should be interesting.
Years apart, though. Easily worked for one. There are certain schools that just always seem to produce cricketers, and Kes is one of them. Durban High School would be one in the Natal region. Now, I don't know if it's still a stat, but at one stage they produced more international cricketers than any other school in the country. Durban High School. That might have changed as the years have gone on, but Cairns certainly there's plenty of them. Over the wicket. It's interesting. He was round the wicket to no-fall, but he's gone over the wicket also to a left-hander, but to the new man Gilson. Wouldn't you like a catcher instead of just slip?
Silly points.
Man's on naught.
Oh, you definitely love a silly point. And maybe even getting your. Sure. I'd actually even bring cover in.
Yeah.
Points.
Yeah, good call.
You've got the man controlling the boundary on the offside anyway. The man with the puts might create something.
I think one thing the Dolphins have been content with this morning is drying the runs up. They've been far more disciplined this morning than they were yesterday. And in doing so, that may have been the reason that shot selection was the downfall of Bulbulia and Erlang.
But even looking at this field pitch, you've got mid-off and mid-on hip. Maybe with you that Sean Gilson's on 0.
Yeah.
But it's simple shimmy down the wickets. Even if it's a 3/4 shot, it's going straight over the heads of those fielders.
They shouldn't choose that.
You're then obviously creating a single for yourself.
Edged! And away down towards third man. His first runs are streaky ones. They'll just get 2. Zondo the chaser. No turn, just playing inside. It was the length was good. Good over from Parsons. 76 done. 4 to the new ball. So I'm trying to work out how long that's going to take. So it's round about 20 minutes. Around about 20 minutes to go to lunch. The new ball will be due. You'd take it straight away, Vaughan. That's it.
I do. Definitely would. If you had a cash bowling here, I probably wouldn't have.
Yeah.
Just like to see a bit more wear and tear with that old ball with him bowling. Obviously, we don't have the services of him. As we see Gopalan coming into the attack and then going in. But I take it immediately. I'll try and get another wicket or 2 with it.
Yeah, and what you do, if you take it before lunch, you probably get Bosch and Bartman bowling maybe 2, maybe 3 before lunch, and then maybe 4 or 5 after. So you've got a longer time with your premier seamers with a newer ball. Here's Gopalan, going to go over the wicket. Very defensive field. He's got a ball straight because he's got an onside heavy field. Will no-fall. He ran down the wicket to him yesterday and hit him over cover.
If he carries on with that line, that's the easiest option to play. You've only got to beat the cover in the ring. Almost feel the Dolphins just need to be, I'd probably say, a little bit more attacking in the sense, trying to put them under pressure coming.
Certainly to Gilson. I might be a little bit more reticent to a man who's got 3 figures. I think they might be trying to work on the no-fall psyche, that no-fall knows he's got to get more pace into his play. Whereas to the new man who can attack. Work around the corner for a comfortable single.
I'd even put a silly point or so even a short leg to both of them, just to put that in their minds that someone's there.
Yeah,
someone is around.
I certainly want that for Gilson. They've got long on and long off out for a man who's on 2. Deep square leg and a backward point. The last thing Sean Gilson wants to do is feel he's got a problem if he just pushes forward and it does turn and pop somewhere that there's now it knows there's nobody to catch it. Got to get someone under the hat there. Everything wrong about that for the Dolphins. 1, it's a full toss to the new man, a freebie, and then it's been hit straight to cover and it's gone through. So
Gilson off the mark.
No, he's just doubled his score. He's gone from 2 to 4. But if you wanted to epitomise poor cricket, that delivery was everything. Full toss to the new man, straight to cover, misfield. Dolphins have done most things really well today, but that wasn't an example of it. The chat is, Ethan Bosch is in a chat at the moment with Parsons and Smith, and surely it's about when will you be ready to go as soon as 80 overs is up, or do you want to wait a little bit longer? Yeah, I'm very surprised with the delivery to Gilson and the field to Gilson. You've got to put him under a little bit more pressure. You've just started to make inroads. I know it's only 3 wickets, but you still lead by 165. You want to put the Tuskers under some degree of pressure.
Another full toss, by the looks of it.
Yeah. Work for one.
You're talking about the 165, still a game, Brett. The Tuskers are still under pressure.
Yeah, and you are getting 2 wickets this morning for the addition of 70 runs. You've done a good job.
Just want to see them correlate that on the field. I mean, with all due respect, I'll even bring in the deep point and the deep square. And say to Gilson, if you want to sweep,
go for it.
Go for it.
Yeah, LBW's comes into play then. Yeah. That's why there's a sweeper out there for. And it's one of those old adages. It's become more in the modern game, not so much a tenet, but they used to say you can never set a field for a bad ball, whereas in the modern game, sweepers out, often a bad ball does go for one. And the mindset there is, from a fielding side, is you work on the batter. He doesn't score as quickly and as easily as possible. And the modern game is all about quick scoring. This is just offering singles with all the boundary riders out. Surely you've got to save Vaughan as a spinner. I'm happy to have mid on, mid off up, and when they run down and start bunting me over the top freely, then I'll push the guy back.
As we've all been taught, so
Yeah.
let him go first, and then you can then spread the field. It just makes one shimmy down the wickets. A decent shot over the top. At least one, or maybe both of them are going straight down. There's your single option.
Right. And even with mid on and mid off where they are, they're still deep enough to be able to take the one comfortably. It's giving the initiative back to the Tuskers here with the battle plans that are on offer. So 2 overs to the new ball, 239 for 3. Just going to look back at where the Dolphins were when the new ball got taken. I know that the Tuskers took it later. They took it after 85 overs, and it was 357 for 6. So the Dolphins' scoring rate was far superior to that of the Tuskers, who are going at about 3. Now, there's nothing wrong with 3s, but if you're trying to win the game, you're going to have to elevate that at some stage. It's a matter of when they're going to decide to push on a bit more.
Do you think that the spinners might have a prolonged spell yet?
You don't think they're going to take the new ball straight away?
Kyle Zunder's walked on with all the short leg padding, and unless they're going to utilize it with the new ball under the lid.
No, I think it's all about time. I think you're right. Well, let's just watch Gopal and go to Gilson.
With the side screen.
The side screen's blowing again. It's white sheeting that's been put across green seats as they're playing them towards the edge of the square, and it's just blowing up again. Yeah, what I'm thinking is the Dolphins will take the new ball when Bosch and Bartman feel they want to bowl. Sort of, if it's 20 minutes before lunch, and then either side of lunch, that's when they'll take it. It'll probably be with spinners on. It's probably going to be in the next 5 minutes that the new ball will be due, and they might. Bosch is probably saying, "Oh, that might be just a bit too many overs before the interval for me." I don't know. I'm just trying to debate. Poor delivery. That's been the problem with Gopal. And just when he starts to string a couple of deliveries together, you go, okay, this is looking promising. And then he bowls the half tracker down the leg side. That's easy pickings for Gilson.
It looks like he's in a rush in his action with this. Like he's trying to rush through everything.
Oh, powerfully driven by Nofel, but the deflection off the hands was very close to the stumps, and I was wondering whether Gilson was back. It's always that's the worst way to get out in the game, probably the straight drive back and you're out of your ground. Rank delivery again, too short. There is protection, just one. Yeah, I think if I'm Jason Smith here, Vaughan, and I'll leave you with this thought because Andy's going to move in. I want that new ball taken as quick as soon as it's available because these two spinners are not bowling remotely well enough to retain the pressure that the Dolphins seamers have put on this morning. I'll leave you with that. Here's Andy.
Half an hour to go to lunch. 2:42 for 3. They were 164 overnight. So 78 runs scored, 53 overs overnight, 27 overs, 26 overs bowled. I think at the start of the day, Vaughan, we spoke about what they didn't want to do was lose a cluster of wickets before lunch, so they could still go on to attack after. And I think that's still the case. If Sean Gilson stays in, he's a naturally free scoring player. And I think the shackles will be broken by No Foul at some stage. He's got past his 3 figures, his 4th first-class century. And if he's still there at lunch, I think he can come out with a much more attacking mindset post-lunch.
You almost think he has to, and if he's got him to the milestone, like I say. You almost want him and Gilson to have their lunch, put their feet up for a little bit, and sort of plot their way through to try and take this run rate from 3 to maybe in the session going to 4, 4.5, just to try and put their team in the best position they can.
Of course, the fielding side have got the conundrum of whether they take the new ball immediately as due, which is in 2 deliveries time, or if they feel that they've got control out there and perhaps they don't want the hard ball flashing to the boundary.
I think if they're going to take it any later than, obviously not the prescribed 80 overs, it's just almost playing into the Tuskers' hands where if they don't take it before lunch, they can come out and they can actually free score with that new ball. We bounce a little bit more, it might hit the bat a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Might find the gap a little bit more easier. So almost want to take it immediately and try and strike before lunch. You try and take a wicket or 2 and put the Tuskers on the back foot.
Well, here is the magic moment. 80 overs have been completed. 242 for 3. Umpires are moving slowly to their positions. I don't see a new ball being offered. There's certainly no running around in the field to suggest that there's a big change about to come.
Still the spinner, go bottom.
So I wonder, Vaughan, whether they've decided we've got control at the moment. We'll take it to lunch and we'll take the new ball straight after lunch when our guys are rested.
I think that you actually spot on, Andy, because you see the third umpire now bring the box with the ball in it. But you spot on, Andy. I think they think that they've got them where they need it to be. Trying to get through to lunchtime. Obviously, with the seamers not bowling too much. So in the back of their mind, they might be fielding for the whole day, so they don't really want to blow any gaskets just yet.
It's actually the 4th umpire. His name is Jomar, and he is shadowing getting a little bit of experience. And that new ball has been delivered. And it has been shown to the scorers. So the new ball has been taken, and it's been taken by the spinners. Well, we didn't see that coming.
No, not at all. I'm gobsmacked. I would have thought your two premier seamers would take that new red cherry. See how this
A single. Well, I mean, let's try and think about why this might be the case. It's not as if the spinners have looked like that they're going to run through it, and it's turning square, and that maybe a hard new ball will get lots more wickets. I'm flabbergasted.
I don't even have an answer for you. I've never seen this before.
Well, there's a couple of things that have happened this morning that I've never seen before. One was a 9-0 field.
Barry, how do you want to do that? You wanted to talk to the World Cup? Yeah. Polly, pass.
I have seen spinners take the new ball for their cricket, obviously with a Kesh on Mirage or Vanessa to Brian.
But not allowed on debut.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
I wonder whether in his short cricket career he's ever taken the new ball.
I don't think he would have. Starting to come around the wicket now.
Yeah.
The left-hander.
It's potentially a free hit for Gilson. He's got nobody back on the in front of square on the onside. Square legs on the boundary just in front.
So what I wanted to say was, you want me to come in for 5 minutes while you go down? If he's still, or even if he's not. Oh, there's a delivery.
Was that a doosra?
Just gone with the arm.
It did so much that it made me wonder whether he'd actually spun it that way instead of just being an arm ball. Yeah, good early call. 243 for 3 at the end of the first over with the second new. If they turn around well,
I think the two teams will be happy with 2 each. Oh,
that is a snorter.
Extra bounce.
Haven't seen a ball do that for a long time. Boss with the new ball yesterday, just bowled a couple of good ones.
It's already prompted Bosch from mid-off to go into Gully or Cat third slip.
I'm also much happier to see Bumper going over to the left-hander, not round.
Wilson up here a little bit.
It's a crucial time in the match for him. If the Dolphins bowl properly with the second new ball, they've got a chance to still have a first innings lead. At the moment, the deficit is 156, and we've been talking all day about the fact that the Tuskers are just going to bat. The only time that wickets have fallen in clusters have been against the new ball. Yeah, good run.
You almost want the Dolphins players. You almost want cluster of wickets now in sort of last 2 or 3 before that 150 turns into 100 or even a little bit less. But right, they need a lead to try and obviously get themselves back in the game. Then also you want the Tuskers to score better runs just to make the game a little bit more interesting.
Bright sunshine day.
Really, the mindset changes from him. Falling to off the latch with the Tuskers battles. One over 100. Other one getting himself in now.
Shot. Should pick up a couple here.
And hopefully we see more of that.
Yeah, you would hope that the Moothee Tuskers coach Ahmed Amla will sit them down for a good chat at lunchtime and talk strategically about where we go from here. He's the boss is going to come in and bolt from the Umgani end. He's bolt mostly from the on foot end. The breeze behind him, difficult to say where we are. It's a bit of a wind tunnel in the top of the main stand. And unusually, there's not a single flag around Hollywoodbets Kings Park because of the refurbishments that are going on ahead of the 2027 World Cup.
Can't you see that? They're all moving together in any way possible.
But I'm going to pop down in 10 minutes and have a chat to Malcolm Lofal. And I'll give you a weather report from the ground. So Ethan Bosch, 18 overs for 44 so far. Did something.
For wickets.
Too short, and that's a good shot from Sean Gilson. Picks up 4. And that's what the Dolphins don't. They don't want to bolt the wrong length with this new ball. I think we've seen right the way throughout. You've got to get it up to the bat. That's what Pavilon did on days 1 and 2.
So the 250 out for the Tuskers. Third over.
Yep, 250 is coming in 82.2 overs. A little bit too slow, but understandable. That's much better. Look how much that ball has gone, and he's given him. Gilson has gone LBW, and he's absolutely gobsmacked at that decision. But it was a beautiful delivery. Looked like it was missing leg, looking at it again, but Sean Gilson has got to go.
Watch your series again.
And that is 4 down. He's gone for 13. It's 251 for 4. Big moment in the game. He's just hit a 4 through point. And now he's fallen. LBW.
Sort of did all the hard work as well, didn't he?
Yeah, got himself in. New man coming to the crease at the wicketkeeper, Cameron Shackleton. He's in good form. He's hit a couple of 50s this year. Just watching that replay again live at the ground, and maybe it would have been umpire's call if there had been the unrest available.
Not around the wicket, at least. Not around the wicket. Doing too much for me, unfortunately.
And did a lot, didn't it? That's the point. Really did swing. So, inside the head of Malcolm Nofal, who's probably gone through all sorts of scenarios, and now he's starting to lose people at the other end. Shackleton comes in. This is his 31st first-class game. 550s, 300s, averaging 38.7. Good plan.
Very organized class. I scored 149. I played in that game.
That was right here, presumably.
Very organized player. Another batter that goes the ball and ball coming onto the bat.
Beautifully bowled. Swing, bounce. Keeper takes it above his head.
Chat guy in the field.
Well, this is an important time, as I mentioned. We know that the new ball is a different character to everything else. They've got a real chance here to run in and bowl hard at the Tuskers either side of lunch, and they mustn't let this opportunity slip.
Some wickets going to the slip corner as well.
Yep, so we've actually got 4 slips gully. You could probably call them 5 slips. And the ball, as we saw from down the pavilion, just starting to hoop for Bosch. New ball for the Dolphins yesterday did swing, but not as much as this. A little bit of a lollipop. Got away with it. End of the over. 251 for 4. Tuskers this morning. They've lost Bulbulia for 41, Erlang for 7, and Gilson for 30. I'm going to hop down and try and get hold of Malcolm Nofal for our lunchtime chat. Brett Proctor will come back in.
Three wickets for roughly 80 this morning in 30 overs. Dolphins shading the session. And with a new ball in their hand, they may just prosper either side. They're looking for this man, though, Malcolm Nofal, who's played beautifully, 112. That's where he's been so strong. Cutting and driving to the offside. Once they've opened up an end, Shackleton's a good player, so is Mobakani, but they've just got a possibility with a new ball in hand of maybe picking up the last 6 wickets for less than 100, and then they'll have a lead. That's what they'll be thinking. Just starting to, I think there's just too much time out the game. Yes, they try and make it up, but they're not going to get a full day again today, you would imagine. With the time out the game, how hard is it going to be to press on for a result? Shepton off the mark, off the hip.
Did mention this before and joined myself, Brett, that the spinners weren't bowling up to standard almost. And you almost think that you want them to try and get through those overs so the Dolphins get enough time to sort of bowl the Tuskers out and then just sit their stall out when they go to bat. To try and give the Tuskers something to bat and chase on that last day.
Yeah, we were still assuming that the Tuskers get bowled out. I mean, Noffel's just been almost impregnable. If he finds a partner, maybe they could press on against this new ball. Coming a long way, the shot onto the bowler's end. Oh, it's close. Noffel's hurt. He was struck a nasty blow, and he's down on his knees. Shackleton, seeing and being the fresh man, he was setting off down the wicket for the one, and he just got the bellow, I can't run, let alone there is no run. And the shot came in from mid-wicket, Shackleton hurrying back, and his Bartman hurt himself as well. It all happened in one delivery.
Batsman got it on the hip. Bowler got a wild throw from mid-wicket. Areas happening at the moment.
So Dolphins don't want to lose Bartman because he's a decent bowler. He's the one quick seamer who hasn't had success, but he's often injury plagued. When he's got the ball in hand, he runs in and tries as hard as anyone, but he does have a problem, and like many of the fast bowlers in South Africa, with the perennial injury woes. Rick Peel caught down the leg side, and the keeper said nothing. The first slip and second slip were celebrating. If you're going to try and pull one over the umpire, the keeper's got to say something as well. He said nothing.
He's going to be there together.
Yeah. But Bowden Barton as well was having an umpire, Warren Weingart. He too unmoved. That'd be an ugly way to get out, having played so well, Malcolm Noffel.
Almost like a Monday morning catching up with you. That type of feeling. Getting stranded on the leg side.
So we've probably got 2 more overs. The Dolphins are trotting through. They want to get 2 more in before the break, with a new man out there and a new ball in hand, a new ball that's only 3 overs old. It's already got success.
For me, Brett, if I was batting there now, I'd be calling for the physio.
Take as much time, so it's only 1 over.
Yeah. Regroup, have your lunch. Just have your chat with your coach and your batting coach if they have one. And sort of plan your assault going after lunch and see what's happening.
We've seen some interesting fields today. We saw a 9-0 offside field earlier. Well, we've got 5 slips. 7-2 field. Bosh. Strike Shackleton on the gloves. Definitely a new ball pitch, this, isn't it? Oh, he's going to take his time, glove off.
He's already caught the physio. Physio's looking at it more weird.
Fister's got to come to the party and just get on the park as well. And as an umpire sends him off there, the Malcolm Nuffel's experience, he calls the field, come on, get on here, have a look at a hand. We only want to face 1 over. Slowing it down. The umpires have got to be aware that, look, he's taken a nasty one, but they too are very privy to the fact that Tuskers don't want a second over bowled here. I hope he's not really done himself a damage.
Cameron Shackleton looks like he's in a whole lot of pain.
He does, doesn't he? I hope it's not fractured. Yeah, and he's a keeper as well. I know they've got Zuma on their side that could do the job, but this could be a nasty blow in more ways than one, physically and hypothetically to the Tuskers lineup. He is in some. There might be a fracture. Spray and rub is hopefully going to do its job, but you'll soon know of his ability to grip a bat. It's that bottom hand that took off a length.
It seems like it's jarred the index or thumb finger.
Could have done the nail and split a nail, a bit of blood. Can't see from this distance, but it's certainly not one for the faint-hearted.
Yeah, he puts glove on. That would be the South arm. Struggling to put that right glove on.
I want to see him get the grip when he has to grip the bottom hand. A very docile and meek fist pump with that bottom hand. Malcolm. I don't want to sacrifice one of the slips, but I'd like a short leg in because that one's just taken off a length. There's always the possibility that one could loop off the new ball to short leg. Bosh again. Shackleton back in business.
Oh my word.
Different game with the new ball. Different game.
Starting and hitting the pitch, slipping away, holding us high.
Disappointing when he's got all those slips waiting and it's swinging. He's looking for the miracle ball there. Start middle and leg and shape away and find the edge. I did notice when he bowled to the first new ball, Vaughan, he's got the ability just for the ball to hold its line. Because we saw a couple of leaves where it went very close to off stump. Instead of shaping away as it threatens to do, it just seems back to some degree, which is very useful string to the bow. 3 balls left in the over, maybe lunch at the end of it. Close, gone! Beautifully bowled, just working across it. And then with that, they'll go to lunch. And the new ball has done the business. That looked out. The one for Gilson maybe looked like it might be going down, but that one just looked like the one it didn't shape. It just nipped back and held, hit him on low on the front pad. Shackleton has to go for just a single. And the morning sessions belong to the Dolphins, because Ethan Bosch has struck twice with the new ball. And having started the day in a presentable position of 164 for 1 and progressing to 206 for 1, effectively it's been 47 for 4 since then, as the Dolphins have struck back. And at lunch here on day 3 of this match between the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Will have played quite beautifully, 113 down. He'll be joined by Mogakani after lunch.
Okay.
You must be delighted.
Thanks a lot, Eddie. Yeah, in all fairness, it was quite a hard morning. Actually knowing we were quite on top this morning, and they've actually come here and obviously taken the 2-3 quick wickets. So it was a hard ground up there. The job's not over yet. There's still a lot of work, and yeah, we'll reset at lunchtime and we'll have a crack at them again.
There were some very interesting moments during the course of the morning where the fielding side were trying to get inside your head. There was a 9-0 field. Talk us through. What were your thoughts?
I'm not too sure. It's obviously a ploy that they wanted to try and target, and yeah, it was obviously Ethan running in there. I was having a few words, and there's nothing quite like that in red ball cricket. So I actually quite enjoyed that. It's a great challenge, and look, credit to what his plan was. It was obviously to try and go quite wide, like outside that off-stump channel, and yeah, the skills there were on point.
There was never a moment where you even had the opportunity to go outside off stump and play him through mid.
No, not at all. Yeah, look, like he was obviously just trying to hit that offside channel. I was just trying to make sure that my head was in a good place, and I just knew, like anything outside my stumps, I'm going to leave that alone until he comes inside my half.
Now, that's a very interesting phrase, your head in a good place. Where's your head now? When you come out, you'll have a new partner with him.
Well, resets again, Andy. Resets again straight after lunch. Start again. It actually doesn't matter how many minutes. I've actually, obviously, it depends out there. It's more in terms of resetting again after lunch, and we have to crack on here.
Well, good luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, Andy. Thanks.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest throw.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano bukela amanina ehlala iqakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Dry smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Uzanawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volpa.
Oh, it's out of here. Oh, just like that. This is thrilling. It's a jam.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dominic Hendricks and I am the captain of the DP World Lions Red Ball team. I think number one, we had a great campaign. We didn't lose a game at home, and I think that was one of the keys to our success last season. The thing that impressed me the most was that we sort of won away from home quite a few times, and yeah, we were highly competitive throughout the campaign. The final was a heated affair. Unfortunately, we couldn't win that outright, and we had to settle for a draw. But I think the big thing was that we managed to get 20 wickets in that game, which was special about the final. To me personally, it's a massive honor, number one. I think we've done some good things over the last couple of years in terms of our team and our environment, making sure that our culture is really good. So again, looking forward to another successful season, and hopefully the boys can start the campaign off really well. How do we carry the momentum? It's a very difficult question to answer, considering we've got quite a lot of movement this year. So I think the best thing is there is some continuity in terms of a lot of our, a majority of our players are still sort of the same faces that we've seen. So getting the likes of Mitchell, Connor, Josh, those are sort of the leadership guys to sort of carry the momentum that we had from last season, and try and get us off to a good start come this Thursday.
Welcome back to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead post-lunch session, day 3 of this 4-day contest. And the Hollywoodbets Dolphins have had a good morning. It wasn't looking that way until the final half hour. They took the second new ball, and it made a big difference. The Moothee Tuskers are now 253 for 5. And the deficit on that first innings of 400 is 147. And Malcolm Nofal has batted through from first new ball to second new ball. He's 113 not out. And with him now is 25-year-old right-hander Andile Mokokane, his second stint with the Tuskers. Alongside me in the box now, Sam Mofokeng. Welcome, Sam.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Got you as Bosch took that wicket.
And here comes Bosch. First ball after lunch. A little bit of shape that we saw this morning that accounted for 2 LBWs. The first one, Sean Gilson, the left-hander, LBW, so one that looked as if it might have shaded leg stump, but there was no doubt about Cameron Shackleton. He was plumb in front to Bosch, who has deserved his wickets. He bowled very well with the first new ball, and with his second spell yesterday with no luck, but now 248 off 19.4. He's finishing the over that began before lunch. Wow. That ball seemed to stop in the surface, and Mokokane getting into position to play aggressively, then decided to just stop his shot. So that is the end of the over, 253 for 5.
Yeah, it's an interesting shot. That brings me into that good over of Bosching.
There was some very interesting cricket this morning, Sam. First time in my lifetime, I saw a 9-0 field. And that was with I think it was Bosch. Yes, it was. It was Ethan Bosch bowling from the Old Fort End to the left-handed Malcolm Nofal.
Yeah.
And they just decided to bowl one side of the wicket to him so that he couldn't move through the 90s. And Bosch bowled a very good line. And the other thing that was very extraordinary this morning was they took the new ball, when it was new, they gave it to the left-arm spinner, Gopala, who bowled one over with it, and then they took it off him and went back to the seamers. It's Neil Bartman. Nicely played by Nofal, in behind it. Bartman bowled well with the new ball and with the pace. Still hasn't got a wicket in this game, though. That overnight partnership between Nofal and Bulbullion, which ended at 92. The way it was going, it was looking as if it was going to be another barren morning for the Dolphins. That looks like a leg bye. Let's check with the umpire. No, must have got a little nick on that. And Bulbullion got out to the phantom seam of Ramashan Pillay. Yeah. Rocked onto the back foot, looking to smack it square, and got a thick, fast edge. And Kaya Zondo caught it above his head, both hands. It pulled him off his feet. And that was the breakthrough. That gave them a chance to get in to the Tuskers, and they've done a very good job subsequent to that, with Erlang gone for 7, Gilson for 13, and Shackleton for 1. So rebuilding time. Still got some batting. Mokokane is in the side for his batting more than his bowling. So good man to have coming in at number 7.
Still some good carry on this wicket.
Cat's been a lot better from that end.
For him, yeah. Which one is that from Neil Bartman? Guy was just leaving that with 6-3 field, yeah. You're finally out on the next side.
Only got a 50 in the first 4-day game against the Dragons, game that the Tuskers lost. Didn't get runs against the Warriors in Petermaritzburg. And he would feel that he needs to knuckle down. That's a good shot.
Driven down the ground.
It wasn't. Back in. That is Mokakane off the mark.
Yeah, like when he said he'll feel that he's definitely due just to knuckle in here and just get past 50 again. He's already done it now in the season. Yeah, to go to that 3 figures. But it's got the shot down the ground to 4.
That half century against Northwest, 67 he made. He's Durban boy, went to Northwood. A couple of seasons with the Warriors before coming back to the Moothee Tuskers. And has played some cricket for the emerging South African side this year. So end of the over from Bartman, 258 for 5, deficit 142. What the Tuskers really won't want here is to fall short of that 400 by a distance. If they're sort of 370 all out, they won't mind that quite as much. They don't want to be all out 300.
Yeah. We've seen how Hollywoodbets Dolphins batters just kept on rebuilding and getting those partnerships. It's important for these two to do the exact same thing. Like Washi, well defended straight back to mid-off. Yeah, just to knuckle down and build for as long as possible. Get through that first drinks break and then go to tea.
As for a result, well, we're almost at the stage now where if there's going to be a result, it's got to be that the Dolphins knock them over, get a healthy first innings lead, and then declare on the last day. Oh, that one should held its line. It's been hooping into the left-hander, that one going straight across him.
Spot ball that by Eaton Bosch.
Funny day from a weather perspective. There's quite a stiff breeze blowing. We've got clouds and sun. So far, no bad line. Spoke to Malcolm Nofal when he came off at lunchtime, and what's the thought process? Well, it's reset.
Yeah.
He just lost Cameron Shackleton, the 5th wicket. So for a lot of the morning, we were talking about the possibility that the Tuskers, if they were still only 2 down or perhaps 3 down, could really set out to attack in this afternoon session once the new ball was, let's say, 15 overs old. They've got some hard work to do for that to materialise now. She's got the breeze behind him, largely, I think. It's probably coming off the sea, but probably over his left shoulder.
On this occasion, who's an awesome fielders. That is not through there.
You've got to go full with the new ball. That's what we saw from down to Pavilion. Either side of days 1 and 2. There's nothing for back of a length. You don't want to bowl a white ball length here. That's where to go. That's a lovely shape. Good over from Bosch. A maiden, 258 for 5. So that's 7 overs gone with the second new ball. The other thing to mention, Sam, is that the wicketkeeper is Komalelo Fitzmaurice boy, and his brother plays, doesn't he?
Yes, yeah. His brother's still in the trick. Also played his son in 19 now in the tri series against Zim and Bangladesh. Really a good batting. Saw him last week at Michaelmas. He scored 80 against DHS. Really good knock. So he really is a good organised player as well. But yeah, glad to see his brother keeping down there at the coast for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Also, our captain last year at the academy, wicketkeeper Paddo. Yeah, also very well organised.
He's taking the place of Hanno Fillion, who was out there with the bat on day 1, and on day 2 turned up, lost his voice. He's now in bed resting, and will be available, we understand, to bat, but obviously would only be able to bat at number 7 or lower. Some form of bug that he's picked up. He was here for warm-ups yesterday morning. I had a chat to him. Well, it was a one-way conversation because he couldn't talk. He lost his voice completely. Yes.
Well, part 1. Full length. Well defended by Mokane. Mokane gets well suited. Yeah, 8 dots so far.
It's kind of in a holding pattern with the batting side wanting to see off this second new ball before they start looking for runs. Hollywoodbets Dolphins will feel that perhaps they overachieved in scoring 400 on a pitch that had a little bit in it. If you bent your back, as Darren de Pavillon proved, taking 6 for 45. If they overachieved there, they probably underachieved with the ball against the Tuskers. They've dropped 5 chances. Only one of them was relatively simple. And we got a couple running in from the boundary that have dipped at the toes. Ethan Bosch put one down in standing on the square, which was very unusual.
Technical change being made here. Point goes up to the deep square. Good wicket also goes to deep square.
Might be a bit of chin music coming, or is it a double bluff? Just something for the last ball of the over. It's another maiden, so 2 maidens on the trot after that straight-driven boundary from Andile Makokane. A very different scenario if they'd taken all their catches. No fell offered a chance, I think, in his 40s.
Washington from the game end.
Everything's flapping in the wind. It really is getting up. Sometimes tough to bowl in gusting conditions.
Well, that dot straight to when I had mid on. Sounded nice with the bat. 13 dots now. deep square fine leg and a deep point. Good discipline from these two bowlers. They've really been attacking the stumps on that fuller length, making the batters either drive, not half volley drive, but that good aim on the front foot, and then also getting them to defend well. Patience game, yeah. Batters don't make a mistake.
I like this field. That mid-on that's just fielded the ball is exactly where he should be. And then he's got a long leg and a deep backward square. What he's thinking is that he might be able to get no far playing around his front pad, trying to hit the ball for ones and twos into that big onside gap. If you don't play straight, he's got two slips and a gully.
Give them that option to bowl that bouncer as well.
And if I'm being hypercritical, a ball like that, which is on leg stump, Lofar's really got to be looking to score the thing, not just to defend it straight to mid on. And as I say that, I can see him looking through square leg and thinking to himself, all I need to do is just turn the wrist a little bit there. You can dig yourself a hole as a batsman. Sometimes it's hard to climb out of it. Yeah, that's a good run. See, I think he could be doing more of that, rotating the strike, just nudging the ball into space. That's the first run for 2.5 overs. Nearly 3.
Soft downs dropped in the pocket for 1. As Khan is on strike now against Boshi. Still a Smithy field. Ball catches at the back. Point. Straight to shoot. On. After extra came up. Extra balance.
Lovely carry, wasn't it?
Carry there from Boshi, hitting the wicket hard. Check side to the keeper from Mulema period. That brings it into that top over. Only one from it. It's 259 for 5 after 89. Up from no for 115, and Garnier just walked in.
Bit of chat in mid pitch there about what might happen next. How many more has he got? He bowled 2.5 before lunch. That's 3 post lunch.
Same field from Barton to no full deep point, deep square, and fine leg. And straight, all defended by no full. 2 and 1 at the back. Extra cover, middle and mid on.
Noticeable, I think, Sam, that the ball's stopped swinging to the extent that it was before lunch.
No movement, it's just going straight.
That same field that Bosch was using with the mid on and then man on the deep square boundary and a long leg, giving himself the option of the short ball as well as keeping it up and saving 4 on the drive. And I think over the course of this innings, what the Dolphins have recognised is that Nofal is a very good offside player, not so adept on the leg side. That's beautifully bowled. And we've spoken a lot during this game, Sam, about the number of Dolphins bowlers who've gone round the wicket to the left-handers.
Yes.
And you take away the option of that delivery.
That specific delivery, yes. Yeah. Such a good delivery that.
And that's to a guy who's 115 not out.
You're not really expecting him to play, but it just happened. Been good so far with Neil Parkman. Really challenging battles, either front foot defense, be in their challenge the whole time, making them play consistently.
Coming to the end of his 22nd over, still hasn't got a wicket.
Straight at this time, it goes to mid-on. 11 dots for Neil Parkman.
So you can actually see the scenario where you can bowl with a 9-0 field against Nofal. If you're only going to bowl outside of stump, he doesn't have that little flip through mid wicket to rotate the strike. Deepak Iskar has come inside the umpire now. That'll be a run, square on the off. Now, if you looked at his wagon wheel, I think you'd see sort of 80% of his runs through cover and just backward a point.
Now the top over comes to an end as they've taken one off that over. The brief as he rotates it, he punks it down to knee point for a single. It's 260 for 5 after 90. 160 for Malcolm Nofal, and Mohkano is still on 4. And means Ethan Bosch is still from the game end to Malcolm Nofal.
Depending on what happens, this might be Bosch's last. We haven't seen McQueen bowl from the Mgani end yet. I wonder whether they might give him a burst. In the air and safe. And 4. That's a good shot from Nofal. Looked as if it just stopped again in the surface.
It's well played by Nofal. Really good control. Got on top of that. Hit all the way in front of that man in the deep. Comfortably for 4 runs.
I don't think the Dolphins will mind that. They want to see him playing that shot because they think they've got a chance to get him out. That's a better shot. That's 4 more.
The best. Driven past mid-on for 4 runs. Top shot that night by Malcolm Nofal.
Just shaping in to his legs there, and he went with the swing.
Yeah.
Hit it beautifully past mid-on's left hand. Settling down, successive boundaries. Takes them to 24 not out. We know from the last 2 games at Kingsmead that there are big runs to be had if you get in and don't give it away.
So big partnership last week on day 3.
And I see that Delano Pochita is on his way to another 100 against the Titans at Centurion.
Purple patch. Give that man a green baggie. Good hockey up by Malcolm Nofel. We played together in the 19 World Cup in New Zealand in 2010. He went to New Zealand and also for our stayed in South Africa, played first class cricket, and then he went across to New Zealand and then he came back and yeah, it's good to see him.
He went over with Devon Conway, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. Devon Conway obviously kicked on and played for New Zealand. I feel it's King Edward's boy.
Yeah.
That's well played. Little bit of bounce there. Ethan.
Oh, there's a couple of words going there between the two.
Oh, the umpires are having to separate them. Oh, seconds out. Round one. Well, I don't know what all that was about.
For that cricket on that space. Couple of words flying around. Bosch came around the wicket, just changed his angle of the attack. Just got defended by Nofel. Went straight down and Ethan Bosch ran down the track and kicked the ball back to him out of frustration. And as he turned, it looked like Nofel said a couple of words to him, which definitely triggered Ethan Bosch to turn around immediately and have a staring contest between the two.
Our match referee, Harry Pino, will have his radar out for what's been going on. Now, I don't know why we're not playing. Umpire still standing in the middle of the pitch.
So funny, Babs having to stand there. Such a short guard between the two teams. I'm trying to separate them. There's always one winner there.
Right, what's your money on there? Bouncer? Yorker?
The right thing to do is not to bowl a bouncer. Because the batter now is coming. Look where he just looked now. Goes hard length.
Very nearly got him out. And on the bounce to Slade and Studden in the gully. That's the end of the over. And the conversation continues from Bosch at the end of his over. Well, he hasn't just got the fast twitch muscle fibre from his father Tertius. He's got the temperament as well. Tertius wasn't afraid to give some it. Very different bowler from both Ethan and Cormac. He didn't get a lot from his run, Tertius. He sort of trotted in, and then he was all arms and legs at the crease, but he was quick.
Yeah.
He was properly quick. Played in South Africa's first post-isolation test match in the West Indies. That famous game when South Africa nearly won, but couldn't handle Walsh and Ambrose on the last day. And not the only team to not be able to handle Walsh and Ambrose. And continuing, you can hear the volume has just been turned up on the field.
Yeah, certainly that moment has sparked up a flame. That's a really good battle. Pretty sure Ethan Bosch is going to bowl another over after we thought.
After that one, yeah. He battled to get the ball out of his hands.
Good line that from Bartman. Kind of just looks at that one and he just leaves that. Work it around the leg side. I'm going to believe it.
Yeah, it's surprising it didn't just balloon up in the air. Game is right in the melting pot now. 5 wickets down, 132 is the deficit. Ball is only 11 and a half overs old, the second new ball. The Dolphins have got their dander up. Did they go over the top of off? Yeah. Maybe a little bit wider. Fair enough. You can leave it on length.
Looks like it slightly came back in. That's why the slips are reacting the way they're reacting. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins pointed with their 1-2 ball. The putting on Tuskers out before this deficit to go back and bat. Tuskers would want to get past their deficit and just continue batting for as long as possible.
That's good leave.
Nearly trusting the bounce. That was close.
Yeah, I think the only chance that the Tuskers have got is to just bat and bat and bat, and forget about getting ahead.
Yeah, any sort of lead. It's just about batting now. Tactical change being made, deep point and deep square leg. But
didn't look out. There we go, end of the over, 268 for 5, 92 overs gone in the innings, no foul on 124. Off the Cardinal 4, I shall step. Brett Proctor will come in to join Sam. Yeah.
Seven overs since lunch. And whilst there's been a bit of hooting and hollering and certainly a little bit of needle, 15 runs have been added and Nofel continues to prosper. And this is the battle that's worth watching because there's been words exchanged. The umpires had to get involved between Bosch and Nofel. Oh, but for a stump mic when you need it. Hope the wicket he's going to go is Ethan Bosch. Bowled nicely with a second new ball. 2 for 57 in his 23. 2 slips and a gully. Goes to Nofel. I think the umpires did well there, Vaughan, because they got in very, Babs and Kluma got very quickly in between Nofel and Bosch when it looked for it all money that they might be coming to blows.
Yeah, I think Ethan's probably just a bit worried where Malcolm's walking up and down the wicket in that danger zone. You said the Dolphins have to bat again, so we're worried of where he's trotting with those spikes. But it is so good to see a bit of needle, a bit of
feeling, bit of
passion between the two.
And it's carrying on. It's carrying on. They're not umpire and Kluma's close at hand, just in case he has to intervene. There's nothing wrong with a few words and a bit of cajoling and perhaps trying to get into the brain just to play a loose shot and vice versa to try and get a bowler to lose his rhythm and lose his length by a bit of banter. But yeah, you don't want it to go over the top. It must remain controlled. Driving for 4, oval pitch. Now, you might be able to hear the cheer in the, and it's a protracted and a rather loud one, almost inciting the bowler just a little bit more. And I think it would be good for Jason Smith, the Dolphins captain, just to go to Ethan Bosch and say, don't get involved with all the testosterone. You don't need to do that. You were doing a wonderful job swinging it into the left-hander. If you lose your concentration because you're too busy trying to blast out or have the last word, you lose focus on your job. Nuffle looks completely unruffled, no matter how much sledging you dish out.
Well played again. No, as the word running down the wicket. It's carrying on.
It carries on. It's not going to stop.
I think Loaf's had enough to tell him go back to your mark.
It's obviously not to. I think Babs Kluma is experienced enough to know when to step in, and he stepped in very quickly when it looked like tempers were fraying. But while they were back, non-strikers then Nofel backing to his mark, Boston, there was words being said. You felt that Babs was obviously determining that it was within the realms of cordiality. Now to Mogokani, nicely helped around the corner. I think what it's doing is is hastening the end of the Bosch spell, because he's looking like he's lost focus in the real job, which is getting people out, and is focusing more on the breast beating. He's bowled well. He bowled either side. Well, before lunch, he was outstanding with a new ball. Picked up 2 quick wickets, both LBW. Gilson, unfortunately, probably missing leg. Shackleton stone dead. And now he'd love Nofel's wicket. You'd almost, just for television, like Nofel's wicket to watch the send-off, because it might be a bit dramatic. But from a cricketing perspective, you don't want Nofel's wicket, because he's deserves to play as long as and hard as he wants, because he's played beautifully. 129 not out. Durban for 4. It's pointless Ethan Bosch has words with him. He's just been driven twice down the ground for 4. And we know who's won this battle. It's the battle. There's no two ways about it. 93 overs, 278 for 5. And with that little flurry of runs, you almost feel the Dolphins are not losing their way. Well, they're losing their way a little, because the deficit was useful. It was almost 150 at lunch, and now it's 122, 5 wickets in the bank. And it's almost as if the Tuskers are getting back to a position of parity again.
You almost want the Tuskers to get to that 300 as quickly as possible. And another bonus points. And then try and amass whatever
I'm going to throw a real curveball at you, Vaughan, as we watch Bartman come to Mogokani. Would you consider, if you were Michael Erlang, declaring behind? It's meant to be. Nicely, because runs are coming now, maybe not. But if runs aren't coming that freely,
I think the only thing that can answer that question, Brett, is you're obviously looking at Malcolm Loeffel 17 away from 150. I think you'd try and let him bat as long as he can, obviously within reason.
Yeah.
Milestones, obviously, they're all close enough. And if that means him getting to 150 and then pulling out,
I'm not intimating a significant deficit. Like 122 now, or 121 now, is too much. And I'm saying if you got to within like 60,
I think even 80, Brett.
Yeah, somewhere in there, and said, okay, there's 2 ways we can win the game here. We can bowl the Dolphins out for somewhere between 150 and 200 and chase 250. Or the Dolphins also want to win the game, and they set us something around about 280 in 60 overs on the last day, and see how that works out.
I think that's, each team's probably, they have to be thinking like that, trying to get as most points as they can out of the game. I would obviously first port of call is to get through to 100 overs for the Tuskers.
Yeah.
As much batting points as you can. Assess often that, see where Loeffel is. If he decides to open the taps up and he gets to 160, 170,
yeah,
give him a target and say, get to 200.
Yeah.
And if we are 40, 60 runs behind, let's pull out. Let's put the ball back in the Dolphins' court. Because you've still got, according to the scoreboard, you've got 66 runs left in the day. which
Yes.
eventually you're probably going to get about 40, 45.
I mean, if weather was perfect and over it was perfect, there's still 160 overs left in the game, which is more than enough time to get a result. However, with bad light and slow over rates, you could probably take off out of 160, you could take off 30 of those. Maybe you've got 110 overs to go. That's still a lot of cricket, I suppose. Eh?
I think, especially on a nice wicket like this,
No.
just looking at the two guys batting now, you're almost egging Mokekane on to actually start scoring, even if it's by singles or
drop and run. Yeah.
bad ball getting to the boundary, just to alleviate some pressure from Moothee side as well.
Like that for 4 over per. Runs are starting to come. That may make my argument that I was making an irrelevant one, because if runs start to flow very freely, you get ahead, and then the pressure swings straight back onto a Dolphin side that has just got grumpy after lunch. I think the morning session they played good cricket, disciplined cricket. The captain had things under control. We saw some very random field placings, but they got in their mind of the Tuskers batters, and they got 4 wickets for maybe 90 runs, which was a good session for the Dolphins. Since lunch, their tempers are frayed too quickly, and Mogakani and Nofel have benefited. Their partnership is 31 in quite quick time.
And also, you look at it, obviously with us having such a good view here, you look at it and go, clearly the Dolphins are just expecting it to happen. And they're obviously not going back to what was working, what got them the wickets. Just feel that even if the Tuskers can get to, I would still just mentally you declared a little bit behind them. That the Dolphins will obviously walk in to bat knowing they've got a bit of a lead, and then if you do pick up 2-3 quick wickets, that all pressure just powers back straight back onto them. And hopefully, I mean, even with their grumpiness, you could even get a few extra wickets.
Yeah, and you've got a top order that all failed in the first innings against the Pavilion, who probably wants to get a new ball. It may not be about how many runs you've got on the board, but it might be the time remaining in the day. You definitely want to have a crack at the Dolphins batting in the last session, when you can let the Pavilion have a really long and hard spell of about 6 or 7 overs, and then he's fresh again in the morning. So, yeah, I like the way they're playing post-lunch, though. We call for them to be positive. Once they've counter-attacked, but there's only been 9 overs since lunch and 31 runs scored, and the bulk of them will come in the last 2 overs. Here's Pillay.
Oh, great shot. Top of his legs. Rolling away for 4.
In cricketing vernacular, that was a punt, because it was a half volley on leg stump with a 7-2 offside field. So that was a really captain's gone, here are the plans, this is what I want, and he's done the complete opposite. He bowled really nicely. That maybe he wasn't expecting to bowl, I don't know, because he's still doing some warming up exercises. When you're bowling to a man on 134 and you bowl him a leg side off volley with only 2 men on that side of the wicket, you're going to get punished. That's where his skipper wants it.
Much better. You're almost looking at it now, Brett. You've got probably McQueen going to come in from the old 4-8, and they're going to have to bowl their spinners. And I do feel if these two are very clever, that right-left combination could do some more runs.
Yeah, because there's always a short boundary for the spinner, at least one side, whichever. They're both left-handers, but I beg your pardon, both left-arm spinners. There's always going to be a short boundary away to the western side. I think the most admirable thing about Malcolm Nofel's innings has been every ball is a new event. It's almost as if he's almost starting again. If he gets a half volley, he hits it for 4. If it's on off stump, he hits it straight. If it's wide, he's hitting it square. If it's a good delivery just outside, he's still leaving balls. And he's got 138, and he's probably been batting for I don't know, 5 or 6 hours now. Full toss. 4 more. They are leaking runs now, the Dolphins. It's been absolute muck since lunch. Pele, who's so impressive, it started with a leg side half volley and a full toss. He's now going to go around the wicket, but Jason Smith's got a problem now. A side that held sway up till lunch. The morning session was so good for the Dolphins. They've come out like a side who's just gone, well, we're on top and we just have to go through the motions to stay there.
Also, looking at the scoreboard, you've got McQueen obviously is the one out and out seamer. The captain himself. He's only bowled 4 overs. Another half million on the leg side.
Yeah, it's lucky to get away with it. I think, and with justification, Jason Smith turned to Ramesh Pillay because he bowled a really nice 6-over spell that went for 16 and he got a wicket. He got Bulbuli out, bowled well. Even though he was introduced as the 7th bowler, I think he sort of said, well, he's bowled well enough this morning. Let me give him another crack. There's no need to persist if he feels he's going to get rubbish out of him, because this over has been very poor. He's left really well throughout that. This is a good time for the Tuskers now. They've got off to a flyer after lunch, and that's probably just what they needed. They laboured through the morning ball, and we actually sort of said they looked like they took a backward step instead of being perhaps a little bit more proactive. And maybe, just maybe, the altercation between Bosch and Nofel is what the Tuskers needed to actually go, we're not standing back for anybody. We're going to get on the front foot and we're going to take the game to you a little. Is this McQueen now?
Yeah, McQueen from the old Fort Trading. Is Jason Smith standing on the field? I'd be inclined, is the word. To maybe try and even have a word with Kaya Zondo. Just get him to roll over a few off spinners. Your 2 left-handers batting.
Yeah, well, anybody
it's not 2 left-handers, but you've got a left-hander and you've got someone that's new to the wicket who's obviously not going to take him on.
Yeah, it's an option, but I'd go with my frontline spinner first. He's been picked to do a job. He's 16 overs, 1 for 45, Gopal, and Parsons is 6 overs for 15, part up. If there were 2 out-and-out left-handers, I might think of Zondo, but not for long. Here's McQueen. He's got to be good. He was good this morning, the youngster, and got a wicket right at the end of his spell. It was a 6-over spell. I think it was 1 for 17 in that 6-over spell, and it was good bowling. He was unlucky to have a 5-over throw off his bowling, so he was even better. But he hit the crease hard, bowled at a good pace. Probably the batters been lying.
You almost want to go back to that spell and use that short ball.
100%.
Get underneath batters. Even the man that's on 142. Take them out.
Down the leg side, forcing the issue. It's amazing. It must be a coach killer. I mean, that's a bit of a vernacular. But when you've looked at your side and you've had plans in the morning session and you've executed them well and you've got yourself ahead of the game again, as the Dolphins did, Quinton Friend must have been well done, lads. Everybody, great job at lunch. These are the plans after lunch. Let's stick to them. And it's just gone south.
They would say pear-shaped.
Pear-shaped. It's spot on. That's a very good description.
From the outside.
I need someone with ball in hand to just lead the side a little bit. Just say to them, go, well, if he can do it, we can follow. Because right now, Bosch and Bartman, well, more so Bosch, got involved in the word game and the anger and the war of words and lost his rhythm and line. And Nofel won that war. Pele has bowled a very indifferent over since he's come back, and Bartman's just been subpar throughout the match. I'm going to make a sweeping statement. The youngsters only bowled 14 overs, Bartman's bowled 24, but from a threat perspective, McQueen might have looked a better option other than in his new ball spell yesterday. He was better than Bartman today, that's for sure.
Yeah, his first goal today was very good. Nearly had the wicket of Brilliant caught that fine leg. Feel that just missing a catch.
In there, and it's going to go off a leading edge away behind point of all places. They'll pick up a couple.
It's a wicket.
Yeah, he certainly worked it pretty square. The angle was from wide of the crease was towards mid and leg, but he was hitting it a lot squarer than he should have and was early on the stroke. It's got the leading edge, could have gone anywhere. Instead, it's over backward point, and he's picked up a couple. It's played so straight as Andile Mogakani. You don't want him to start to try and work it across the line. If that little battle is not going to quiet down, Bosch v Nofel, what would have really made Ethan Bosch even more angry if it deflects off the stumps for 5 overthrows. That would have really got him grumpy. So will it be Pele again, or is it going to be, no, I can't rely on, yeah, it is going to be Pele again. I suppose it's just one of those, well, we can't only give him one, but we want to see if he can start to hit a rhythm that he did in his first spell. How the Dolphins will rue the chance that was dropped by Kai Zondo down at Long yesterday afternoon when Nofel was in his 60s. That was a massive moment. It was not an easy chance, but it wasn't a difficult chance, if I can describe that. It was in the air for a long time. Zondo running in off the fence, started late. Probably didn't have to dive forward, did, and in doing so, misjudged it completely. Got 2 hands to it and spilt the chance. Here's Pele, 7-2, offside field again. The way the game's going, my theory or my idea of declaring behind is probably becoming pretty quickly defunct. Because if they're scoring this fast, which they have in their last 3 overs, you sort of go, okay, the deficit's just over 100. Maybe we can get 100 ahead tonight and have a crack at the Dolphins. That would be the plan. Hamlet for 4. Sweet as a nut. He is starting to really dominate this Dolphins attack, particularly the change bowlers that are looking pretty limp now. This may, unfortunately, for Ramash and Pele, be a very short spell.
Also, you're looking at what you just said about Brett. You want targets for your and Darren Pavlon
shots.
You're getting a few shots out of them.
Yeah.
Much as they want the new balls involved, I think they waiting patiently to get a chance to bat.
It's a nice way to loosen up, you know, to go back for half an hour and make a quick 30.
Some momentum going away.
Everything would be going. If that happened, if they get in and they do that, and then the Tuskers get 100 and something lead, you'll soon find a new ball with a bit of pace and a bit of attack and a bit of vocal. Options are becoming increasingly limited, I think, and with justification. Jason Smith hung his hat on. The new ball worked before lunch. That Bosch and Barton will bowl pretty lengthy spells after lunch, and we pick up a couple more. That never happened. They had the lengthy spells. The wickets didn't come, and it's got everybody in the Hollywoodbets Dolphins grumpy. Oh, he's gone for the big shot. Gone for the big shot. Inside edge, almost drags it on. That's probably the only way that Nofels looked like getting out, other than when Bosch bowled him yesterday in the grader and got a few to nip past the outside edge. It's him creating his own demise by risky shot selection.
He did try and hit that inside half.
He did, yeah. Try to drag it across to the onside. We saw him use his feet to Pele because Pele's no great pace at all. Maybe that's a safer option. Use the feet, get to the pitch of it. I just think he thinks he can't get it through that 7-2 offside field. He's 146, looking for 150. Not that delivery. 298 for 5.
Did see Kai Zondo come off the field. He's probably going to put on all that gear for a short leg. So we'll probably see spin couple of overs.
Yeah, I'd like to see a fair spell from McQueen, because if he can bowl as well as he did this morning, then he deserves that. But persisting with Pillay might just be prolonging the agony at the moment. I'd like to see some spin come in. The ball is 16 overs old, so sometimes the spinner likes to bowl with a pretty harder ball, and he might get a little bit of bounce. Nonetheless, the Dolphins at the moment are looking. They had all the ideas this morning, and they're looking devoid of them now this afternoon. And it's basically because the bowlers have let the skipper down. They haven't bowled as accurately or as controlled. You've got a man back for the hook shot now for McQueen. To the long boundary, goes to Mogokani. Jason Smith looks like a fairly controlled and level-headed and measured character, but he's got to be spitting a little bit right now, as angry as can be, because there he set it up, come on to his bowler. Here's the field, bowl to it, and he bowls him a little leg side worker one ball, and all the plans have to start again.
Jason Smith just on his shot, standing there with these two teapots on his
Nightfall, 146. Will he be bounced? There's two men back as well. Early doors to start talking about it, but there's always a man of the match, a player of the match at the end of the match, and there's three candidates. This man batting now, 146, because he may never get out. Who knows what he'll end up getting. His price passes was 183. But straight
for the underdogs.
You go for the bowler. I'm going for the bowler too. I'm going for the 6 for 44 and good when every other bowler's battled. Yeah.
If they get to bowl again, which I'm guessing
he's going to get more.
I think he'll get a bit more.
Yeah.
And he put his side into a pocket position where if he can bat like he has been batting. So yeah, I'm going bowling, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Early doors yet, Moothee may get 250 and take some left arm spin wickets as well. Worked away for one. He's got to be fit too, Malcolm Moothee, because he hasn't never neglected the opportunity to scamper a quick single. There comes the 300 for the Tuskers.
So to speak before the 5 points. 388 balls.
Yeah, the last 50 has been one of the quicker ones for some time. It only took 14 overs, so the rates have been hovering around about 2.93. It's gone up to 3.1 now. Nicely on top of it. It was nicely controlled hook shot from Mogokani. It will encourage McQueen, however, that he did want to play it. He didn't just duck underneath it. So you get the direction better, a little bit more just off stump line, and he has a flap at the top edge as possible. He looks a little bit disappointed, does McQueen, but he's got nothing to be disappointed about. He's running, he's tried, and he's rushed the batters a little bit. The end of that one, it's 302 for 5 after 98 overs. Norfolk 148.
That's the helmet's come on. Can manage some protection on his legs. Probably standing a silly point for short leg. And
yeah, hasn't been used much today, Gopal. And he bowled, didn't say 12 yesterday. He's bowled 4 today. He's bowled 16 overs, 1 for 45. The wicket he got was Rapulana standing on his stumps hit wicket. He's a youngster finding his way, but he's just bowled inconsistently. He bowls enough good deliveries, but the batters, with the knowledge that the bad one's coming, don't have to make a play. They can just sit and wait for the half tracker or the full toss, which he has bowled. What field we got? We've got the man in the shin pads, not around the bat, coming at a very straight mid-on. He's got to bowl straight with this field. It's very defensive. It's just got to slip. He goes to no full. His best delivery, funny enough, I've seen, he's bowled about 2 or 3 of them, is where he pushes it through and he's got a really nice drifting arm ball. It's good to hide it away, but he bowls it so well and it looks very effective. Is there rough there? There was very little this morning. Has any appeared during the day? You see him maybe looking outside the left-handers off stump for a bit of rough and rubble. There's the 150 for Malcolm Nofel, just steers it past slip. It was a little wide, a little short, and it's been chopped away down to the third round boundary for the full that brings up his 150. Very fine innings by Malcolm Nofel. Deserves every plaudit. It's taken him 290 balls. He's been out there for 7 hours, and he's at 22 fours and 1 6.
That shot selection, Fred. It's almost that the ball is going a little bit too fast.
I think he has done most of the match, Vaughan.
So why don't you go a little bit slower?
And in the field he's got, it's also too wide. He's got a 5-4 onside field. His captain saying, please bowl at the stumps. More than line.
That's better. You're trying to see that loop and that dip.
So since the interval, in the hour since the interval, the Dolphins will have bowled at a nice pace of about 14 overs and change to the hour. Oh, it's a muck delivery and it's indifferently kept as well, and it's all going away for 4, and it's all going south for the Dolphins as the runs come free and easy. 4 bangers through Perry. And that pretty much sums up the Dolphins' course since lunch. They've scored, let me see, 253 for 5 they were at lunch, so they've scored 57 in just over an hour. They're scoring at a run a minute. So the Tuskers are turning the game in their favour once again. The deficit's just 90, and Vaughan and I will leave you with Andy and Sam.
Thank you, Brett. Yeah, just when you think you know the pattern of the game, things change. Yeah, that wasn't a terribly distinguished over from Durban. Having on to give us the first spin 6 lots. No, past 150 and on his way to his next mark will be his career best, which is 179 for Wellington in the 2018 season, a long time ago. I think Sam has played his role very well. He's come in after 2 quick wickets have fallen just before lunch, settled the ship, and given Nofel the support he's required.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. Over the pitch probably twice from Bartman, where he cashed in and made sure that he'd driven it down the ground. Other than that, he's left well, he's defended well. Like you said, he's just been playing that supporting role, making sure that Nofel gets majority of the strike.
Through the covers, might not go. Should get back for 2. Sam, the flights just stopped. It's great for Ethan Bosch and Malcolm Nofel. And I can't help thinking that it's the best thing that could have happened, because Nofel's come out of his shell,
yeah,
and got much more aggressive.
100%.
And that's Brett's just been alluding to, they've scored almost a run a minute on that first hour.
Quite few years.
So instead of just trying to stay in, Dolphins now looking to try and dominate.
They've really complemented each other quite well in this partnership. They've worked hard to get to 60. Noful being the aggressor. When howling here at the Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium.
Something like it's going to just from the back to have been better.
Yeah.
I think bowling has become very difficult. Trying to run in the ball quick in a acting game like this is a tough thing to do. Austin Lepler slips and it's a short hamstring. It's a shot for him.
Good stop from the captain at Baron. Saved a certain boundary.
Noticeable, I think, that we were talking about Noful not being as good on the onside. Just a little bit closed off.
Struggles then to access that leg side.
But having said 144 not out.
Stafford Graham Smith, he was the opposite. And he was a world-class test cricketer. Didn't drive a lot, but anything on his legs, we knew that we're definitely chasing runs.
It's a bit left-handed playing for Tuskers. Oh, today, what's going on?
Ethan Bosch is throwing that back out of aggression. He just missed that one. He threw it straight back to the keeper towards Noful. I'm buying already here. And he's in his channels, he's in his lines, he's close to him, close to the bat at catching cover, just outside of your screen.
Yeah, if we had a microphone by there, even I could go.
You're doing the talking. No, all that from McQuina. Same line, same left this time again, just gets defended. Luckily for Noful, that ball doesn't go straight to Boshi. Would have thrown it back into his face again.
What the best referee Philip Peterson was have to say about all these theatrics? I don't know. What's at the end of the day?
Yeah.
At the end of the match.
No doubt, no doubt.
Extra shooting, extra cover. And the only 14 for foul. So take themselves into a little bit of a hole before lunch. Lost those 3 wickets to the second new ball. After lunch and all, played really well. 61 to go. And increasing the tempo. Second new ball's now 20 overs old. It's relatively straightforward.
Yeah, they're getting closer and closer to closing that gap with the deficit. So 86 runs still to go. They're probably not even thinking about that. They're just thinking over by over. Just got to keep on batting, and they're doing a really good job. As we've said, they've been putting up a very good partnership after that wicket has fell just before lunch to rebuild and consolidate this innings. And Gopalan is going to Mokokane from the beginning of the end.
Slip in the short leg.
Deep square on the sweep on the offside. Middle off is almost hanging, not all the way down. Asking the batter to hit it over him, Dilisa Milani. 12th man has come onto the field.
And often we're talking about Samantha. Why is he not playing? He's not injured, is he?
Just saw him now. We had academy practice in the morning, and he came to come and bowl a few balls. He was actually working on his white ball skills, bowling some Yorkers, And
Good shot.
this one played around the corner.
Before it's a long chase. And the all winners guys.
This one played by Mokokane. Low risk cricket, just worked it around the corner. There's no one there. Ball rolls all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. And yeah, we asked him, and yeah, he couldn't give us an answer. So yeah,
Yes, you can't tell me he wouldn't strengthen this side. Yeah,
definitely.
From that perspective, constantly learn again. Never mind what I'm minutes.
Yes.
This is where you learn cricket. Before that, first class, pitch.
Definitely.
There. And of course, the batsman's excellent as well. That's the fourth delivery. Should have gone.
Good movements that from Bartman there at point. Poor delivery. Hit hard by Mokokane, but a good stop there by Bartman. Yeah, it's true. This is the purest format of the match where you can really hone all your skills. And like you said, he is such a good athlete and a great all-rounder for this Hollywoodbets Dolphins side. Don't think they're going to be playing any more 4-day matches.
Oh, it's gone the other way. He's trying to paddle that. It's got the bottom edge. They'll come back for 3. Oh, they won't. They'll stick to 2. Good chase, actually, from Durban.
Ethan Bosch tried to anticipate that to the leg side.
Oh, there's a pull from Power, making his first class debut in this game. He's learning a few truths.
Bryce Parsons going back onto the field. Similani back off.
Straight, Bryce Parsons bowled a lot against the Lions in the 4-day leg last week. He might be a better option than Powling. Just liquidate Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Things are just not happening. Yeah, it's not every day, so some very now. If they get a wicket before Chief, yeah. So just might get really can go to it's back to the coach. It was due next. It's a busy little play. Hardest for the ball coming and try and hit the ball onto the beach.
Certainly, and yeah, I think from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins point of view, they must be thinking they're 2 wickets away or a wicket away, yeah. And then they're into the low order batters. Moothee and Tuskers just thinking just to keep on batting as long as possible. Deficit is 80 currently.
It'll be a single. 155. So, stopped his runs for the season in the cities. Can't have done the hard work now. We want to cash in here. A big pitch. It's got 67 against Northwest in the first round of matches. It's a stated egg that wants to be a first choice member of this side. Make a statement with the bat. That's a great shot. He didn't time it as well as I thought he did.
Yeah, it really looked good as he hit it, but didn't get all of it. Went past the inner ring for 2 runs. and I'm pretty sure he definitely wants to settle in and get on to a bigger score than he has this season. This is the platform for him to do that. If he bats the whole day,
He's double-handed. After that ball hadn't gone to the band.
if he bats the whole day, most certainly will be in a good position to be close to those three figures.
But that might be a wide, yeah.
Very short, way too short. Dug in almost close to his toe, just looped over the keeper, the batter.
Thing I'm saying, he's got his job. He's making his first class debut. He's a hook bowler. He's bowled in short bursts and he's always running. I've never seen him coasting.
Yeah.
His 18th over. He asks too much more of a young man. A little bit too wide of off stuff, and it's better in terms of length.
Good carrier as well, good pace. This is definitely where the youngsters learn, and that's why they need to play more of this format. Like we spoke of air, there's not really a lot of these matches, which is a bit sad, but it really is good and great to see that he gets an opportunity to play in the red ball cricket.
Also, when you're 20 years old, nothing hurts.
Yeah, 100%. So you must just keep bowling.
Right there. It's what play. McCartney. Just hang on from us. This pitch is sticking a little bit.
Yeah. Played with Ephraim Balati, and I was a youngster at the time, and I did not really enjoy stretching. I just walked in and just kept on bowling. He said to me, Sammy, you need to start learning how to stretch, bro. I said, once you get to 30 or after 25, your body takes some time to get used to your game. So, yeah, I learned that after 25, it's like, oh my word, I need to stretch, you know. So this is the best time for him to learn and apply his trade and bowl as many overs as he can and learn as much as he can about this game.
Great servant for the Tigers, Jeff, he was.
Oh, brilliant. He was a good man. Learned a hell of a lot from him. One of my role models as a youngster, watching him play at club cricket. Looked at him. There was another guy called Franz Nkuna. I said to myself, that's what I want to do. 11-year-old, black fast bowler running at a club level, 145 plus, and I was like, wow, this is cricket. This is cricket.
Well, it's not because it's cricket. Because it's funny, they consider 75. I'll go for 55 for that. You reckon 24 today? Players will take liquid refreshment that's so raw. Drinks have been taken off the field. Still 25 for 5. The Moothee Tuskers have fought back particularly well after lunch. The taking strike now, 24 net 8. Just started to get into his stride. Facing Harry and Durban. Yeah. Good game. 2-2. Have to find his length sooner rather than later.
Yeah, short and wide, almost a drinks delivery. Comfortable for Mogokane to get off strike there. Got to string a couple of dots here, especially towards Mogokane, which is his matchup that he's going to bowl to Lowfill now.
Just had a chat to his captain, Jason Smith, who's feeling it with the kid. He's put his cylinder on in position, stood next to the striker. Hopefully picks up an easy thing today to England.
It's good pick of that. Found the gap between mid-wicket and that cylinder on. Gets that. Mogokane is back on strike again.
What they need to do there is sort of rotate the strike and get the band off for 4.
Yeah.
They'll score it 5 sets and over. Push the rates up from 3.1 to 3.2. That sounds like a lot, but it's the fastest scoring rate of the innings.
Scared last week, day 1 to day 4. Stayed for the whole time. And now this week, it's almost not the total opposite, but the opposite. Flatter this time, goes on the back foot, punts to extra cover.
Jason Smith, the man with the ball now, hasn't bowled himself today. Lucky bowler. Spelled yesterday. Good shot.
They've got protection this time after what happened in the previous overs. So it's only 1 run.
Yeah, it was a good call from Mogokane there because Fold is happy to come here for 2. As it was, the throw wasn't brilliant, but he got it away quickly. Brings the over to that was 3 gone. 20 for 5. Deficit is 17-2. Birch. Well, from the Quinn. Going to get the change.
Looks like Tekong Vitoli.
I was checking that. Could I believe my eyes? Yes, Vitoli has talked himself onto ball. He bowled 3 or 4 overs against the Lions in a huge total of 619. Obviously, everybody bowled. Now he's going to come up. This is just to change ends. Surprised that if they can all be another spinner, then it's not Bryce Parsons. Toby's got a very defensive field. 6 men saved for 1. Long 1 deep backward squares. Third man saved for 1 at colour point. It's going back onto the bank. That's Slade and Stone. So 4 balls to start there. Finally got it all A4. And that's from Penalty down on the boundary.
Yeah, get the best of thoughts by Nditole. Dragged it short, already going down leg. Just helped it along the ground. It's Mogokane. Bet this time just gets defended for a dot.
Practitioners in first class cricket over history has been both a batter, a wicket keeper, and a bowler. Oh, is that a drop?
If the umpire calls it.
Coming off. Whack.
Especially from such a short game.
Played and missed. He's played and missed, and the bells have been removed by the keeper. Toto has got the high fives and the high tens from the half of the rest of the field for getting a ball past the back.
Oh, magic. 33 for 2 after 5. 33 for 5. 33. 300.
32.
I'm still laughing.
We've all been there.
I'm still laughing at what I'm seeing. So, 332 for 5 after 104. No, 56 and Mohkani on 28. His partnership is great. They're on 79. Big not nicely.
Not rewarded for Tuskers after they've lost those late wickets in the morning session. Just on the cusp of losing the advantage of having batted so long for so few wickets down.
Yeah.
They've got it back again. Yeah, the deficit is 68. I think whatever happens from here, that's going to be far short of the 400 if it's a disaster. If they can just keep batting, they might yet get a significant first innings lead. That'll be a couple of runs down to the long leg. They're going to go all the way. Barton does the sliding save. Through for 3.
Yeah, good bit of running. I think this is definitely something that the coach Ahmed Amla would have spoken about, is for them to get close to that deficit within 50 runs. As you said, the way they're going right now, it does look like they'll comfortably get there. Yes, we know cricket is a funny game, but the way these two guys are batting right now, this is all they need to do. Doing a very good job.
Just mention that we're in the 105th over now, so they can't score any more batting points. You must score all your points, both batting and bowling, in the first 100 overs of your innings.
Sliding down. A big shot from the bowler, keeper, and the slip. Umpire perhaps Tuma says not out. One to come.
The Highlands just clawed it back a little bit. Like it might be a very brief spell at that stage. He's nearly slid a quicker one through the defensive of Mohkani. End of the over. 3:35 for 5.
Samatani keeps coming in and out all the time. Replacing every player. Noful is on 159 and Mohkani is on 28. His partnership has grown to 82. Last wicket fell just before lunch. Ever since they've been batting along nicely, these two really complementing each other. The toilet to Noful now.
There was a moment yesterday morning, Saf, when East Bosch was contemplating 3 figures, where he thought the Dolphins were really going to kick on, and instead, secondly, all picked up 3 for 33. Ended the innings at 400.
Yes.
That thing, When if Clarksville gets out, Dolphins will be happy. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Yeah. The Tuskers back the front again. Touchdown suppression. Oh, Snatheads past the stumps. Is he going to go for 4? There's a long chance the ball wins the race. Some rare false shot. Then from Block and no foul. Takes him into the 160s.
Yeah, Nerf already trying to hit the letter of that ball. Got the inside edge. Gone past the stumps, past the keeper, past the helmet.
Tony's done his job now. He's come and he's made them play shots that they don't want to play.
Definitely a lot of action from the Tollers end ever since he started bowling.
Deep backward square, deep looking. Bit off halfway back. What? So Tony is the 8th bowler to be used by the Dolphins. To play for cover boundary. That's the idea. We'll change commentary and distance.
Tough as it been since the lunch break. Lunch at 253.5. They've scored 90 runs. They haven't lost a wicket. Well, they've scored the 89. That's the partnership. But it's the fluency with which it's come. I think the Dolphins may rue that. It's taken only 19 overs. So it's almost 5 and over since lunch. As the Dolphins, who held the advantage at the break, haven't bowled well at all. Their plans look as a bit lackadaisical. And they're just allowing the Tuskers to dictate with Gopalan and Detoli bowling. Detoli has been okay, but I mean, 8 bowler, real part-timer. It's almost as if, I won't say the Dolphins have given up, but they're just waiting for the inevitable. The danger here, Vaughan from your asphalt, is that Tuskers are level by tee. They're only 58 behind now. Press on an hour after tee, get 100 ahead, and the Dolphins play the rest of the game under pressure, massive pressure.
I think, Brett, that's what we asked them. Obviously, well, that's what we thought would have happened just before lunch. That way to lunch, obviously, have that communication with their coach. And it looks like that communication was try and go at 4.5, 5 and over. You're obviously just going to have to face out the 2 prominent seamers. And you'll be able to score some runs, and that's what's happened. But you are right, the plans of the bowlers, and it's almost been a reactive thought. They haven't been proactive, as we saw, obviously, leading up to lunchtime.
Yeah, I've been disappointed with how easily the Dolphins have been dictated to since the break. They were really good this morning. They bowled well. They bowled to unusual fields, but they stuck to plans, and they got 4 for 75 or 4 for 80 in the morning, and they won the session. Here in an hour and a half's cricket, the Tuskers scored a run a minute at almost 5 and over. And they're wanting it as they like, because one, of course, there's defensive fields. I'm not saying Jason Smith hasn't got defensive fields. The bowlers haven't bowled lengths or lines that require the batter to make a play. It's just been way too easy. I see Zondo having a talk to Gopalan about maybe line, but his length isn't different as well. His nose don't look bad. 1 for 64 and 20, he'll go 3 and over. But at no stage have you ever felt that a batter has been under pressure and that he's likely to bowl a wicket-taking ball. He's got a silly point in a slip, just giving him a bit of confidence. But here he goes again. And it's difficult to be critical of a man in his first game, but there's a sameness about every delivery. There's no change of pace. There's no change of angle. He bowls from the same spot. He's pretty wide of the crease. He goes to the same place all the time. The variation I've seen from him is just that quicker arm ball every now and then, and that's looked really good. But to toss it up, float it up, draw the batter forward, the change of flight, the change of angle, it's just not there. He's been able to be swept because he's bowling from the release point is the same all the time. Batters can line him up. He's either got to get in tighter to the stumps, even get any wider, bowl from further back, throw it up higher, even change to over the wicket every now and then, just to maybe bowl in a different line. But when you as a batter know, Vaughan, when you can be lined up because you're just bowling from the same spot, the same pace, the same delivery every time, the variety goes out of it and the surprise factor goes out of it.
100%, Brett, but also you look at what makes on 167.
Yeah, I know.
Hooker Khan is presently moved to 31. You need to do something different.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I mean, if I had to just put my shoes on no falls and you're sitting there on 160, you're not even getting fast. Whereas, like you say, bowl it a little bit slower. Try and even play with the field. Take a slip and move him to wherever, or bring a guy in and just put some thought back into the batter's mind where you do get that, okay, I can't play the shot, or I can't play that shot. It's all too easy at the moment, and as we look at it, with that single, they go to the deficit of 53 runs.
Partnership deep into the 90s.
Yeah, you look at it, and what, teams in another 50 minutes? Roundabout.
Yeah, no, it is 50 minutes. They could score more than Runnerman with 2 spinners on. Nofel could already have 200, and you could be behind. And then there's a real danger here of the Dolphins just, I'd say, giving the game away. I think from a Dolphins winning the game, it's gone, because how's a side win a game? Well, they get ahead to the Tuskers and they bowl the Dolphins out cheaply. Are the chances of that high? Probably not, because the pitch is good, and other than the new ball, it looked like it. But strange things happen when you bat under pressure.
We have seen strange things happen.
Absolutely. And what would worry me now from Jason Smith's perspective is that the Dolphins are leaking runs too easily in order for that deficit to be eradicated. It's almost as if you really got to go to your front liners against. I know you gave me a big spell. Oh, was it fallen short? Was it dropped? Trying to cut and just hurried. I think it fell short of Bosch. We'll have a look at a replay on our big screen in the ground. But Titoli, in his funny little way, and with his part-time bowling, has created the odd error.
Asking the right questions. Rushing Lothal.
So there's still the thing for the Tuskers is if they get everything in, there's still 150 overs remaining, 150 overs remaining in the match. You can dictate wonderfully if you bat 50 of those, score 200, you've got a lead of 150, and then say, right, now we're going to bowl you out, Dolphins. That would be the ideal scenario. And then the Dolphins are batting as they did last week, under the pressure of a deficit.
And also,
Go Pollard.
Thanks for the Dolphins.
I like the way the Dolphins have thought here. Because Mogakani has got the little lap sweep out, which goes very fine. Zondo has moved to almost a leg slip from a forward short leg position, saying, lap sweep, get it wrong, I'll catch you there. That's not a bad piece of thinking. You can't go there though. He's just dragged it down. He's got protection.
And it's just going to say, bring the cover into almost like a catching short cover. But if you're not going to be consistent, you're lose fights and you're losing battle because that gap becomes so much bigger with the guy going in.
So now to no-full, 167. 168. Ownership is 96. It's taken the Tuskers from a little bit of a worry at lunch to a position of authority.
Other hand, you could also get no-full to 200.
Yeah.
Finally to a 50 and then pull out and say to the Dolphins, okay, let's go.
You could, and that was the way I was thinking when we last spoke. In the air and straight back to the bowler, off a leading edge. He's done it. Gopalan is struck with it's that quicker one, that flatter one that drifted and cramped him. It wasn't the greatest of shot. It'll be a soft dismissal as far as Mogapani is concerned. But Gopalan won't mind because it's just been chipped back to, and he's claimed that he's picked up a second wicket. Having a look at the replay. It is short. I don't know where he's
stuck in the wickets.
And I don't know where he's trying to hit it. It didn't turn, it didn't hold, so it just drifted in and cramped him a bit for space. And he's went through with a shot instead of perhaps just defending it away. Credit to Gopalan. Well done him. He's picked up a second wicket. And just when things were getting out of hand for the Dolphins, Mogapani goes for 33, and it's 349 for 6.
We haven't seen this coming yet, but would you throw it if we learn more to Pavlov? Have some fun.
They'll still come in and have some fun when it's their turn. No, I'm happy with Zuma. The only thing as far as he mustn't eat balls. I think the instruction would be busy, give the strikes a no-full as much as you can. Don't eat balls, because the danger now for the Tuskers is merely that they have a period again of 2 and over, 2.5 and over, when they've been going at 5 since lunch. And no-full remains the key, yeah. It is going to be Zuma. So another little twist. It's probably not a massive one. I still think Tuskers are in a way better position, because how do the Dolphins win the game from here? Well, they've got to probably pick up 4 wickets for 20 runs, have a lead of 30, bat brilliantly and fluently and make 250 and set 280 and bowl them out. That's the end. But you just see the chances of that happening, the way the game has progressed and at what pace the game has progressed and how difficult wicket taking has been, that it's really hard for the game to go that far forward that quickly. He'll feel a lot better about himself. Young Gopalan, the left armour. The numbers look pretty. 2 for 67 and 22. It doesn't look bad, but for the most part, he's bowled for defensive fields, and his captain. At the end of the day, would you look at him and go, he's done his job? 3 and over, 2 wickets. Yeah, on a debut, I suppose you go, well done, lad. Good effort. But there's enough deficiencies that his coaches need to work on quite rapidly to get him up to a consistent spinner at this level.
Old saying is, can you sink? Well, are you going to sink or are you going to swim?
He swam.
He swam,
yeah,
but
upstream.
with obviously they've already probably identified a few of the issues.
Yeah, I hope so.
And hopefully they can fix them as soon as possible.
Goes to Zuma. Here's the quick delivery that I quite like. That he disguises it well and bowls it nicely. Perhaps could use it more. I mean, in 22 overs, we might have seen it 4 or 5 times. You don't want to give it away and show it to the batter too much, but 22 overs, maybe a dozen times. Nonetheless, he's done exactly what his skipper wanted. Got a wicket. Wonder how close or how hungry Bosch and Barton are to bowl again. 40 minutes to tea. Maybe 20 minutes of each of them, either side of team. 20 minutes. What would that
You think so?
Yeah, to try and knock the bottom over.
Just want to see some more, some
more banter, some more aggro. Bosch and Monofil certainly went at each other quite hard and strong straight after lunch. In his strange part-time way, Spunk Victoria has looked just as threatening as anybody.
and showing some of the bowlers what to do.
Just a bit short. One thing they're doing is sorting their over rate out with the two spinners on. 350 on the board for the Tuskers. Last 50 took just 12 overs at over 4 to the over.
Much better pace.
Yeah, good acceleration. Good acceleration. On the leg side.
It's a batsman.
Yeah, there's an easy way to get off the mark. Just help it on its way. Now, I was just thinking of questioning whether there should be a point out on the boundary with a man on naught. And I'm going, oh, maybe it's because it's a part-timer bowling, but you still want to try and keep a man on naught as long as possible. And there he's just leant on it where the fielder should be in the ring. It's just dribbled away for one. There's another nice, powerful drive. Gee, he's looked a good player. He's probably batted for around about 8 hours now. Malcolm Nofel. And he still soldiers on, 170 to his name. Really special knock. Didn't you think those legs must be exhausted, Vaughan? He's been on the field the entire game. He has not been off the field at any stage. He fielded for 400, and now he's batted for 352 for 110 overs in the batting role. And the Dolphins were almost 100 overs out there as well. So, my word, out in the field for over 200 overs non-stop, other than to go and sleep. He will sleep well tonight, will Malcolm Nofel.
It's not his one.
Probably did. I hope he did. Hope he didn't do anything untoward. Celebrations tonight, though. I'm sure he'll have a few. Or will he wait for the end of the game? So here he is, Gopalan. Fresh of a wicket. Goes to Nofel. Through cover. Good footwork. Nicely played. It'll be cut off. They'll get back for 2. See, this is the other thing. The danger of the line he's bowling. He's round the wicket to an onside heavy field. His angle is dragging the ball away to the offside for the left-hander. So it's quite easy pickings just to push and go on the angle. If he's going to bowl to this field, I want him the other side of the stumps or more at the stumps and into the pads.
So the first time it was advanced.
Yeah, for a while. You know, every spinner or every bowler is always taught bowl outside the off stump, and that's what Gopalan's doing. But he hasn't got the field that dictates you bowl outside the off stump when the left hand is on strike. He's got a very onside heavy field, so he's got to change the angle. Chatting to a skipper now. Hoping it's more about when he bowls to Nofel rather than to his own.
I'm hoping he'd be more attacking.
Yeah.
In some regard.
I agree with you. Back yourself. Get the sweeper off the fence. Get a catcher in on the offside. The man's got 1. Just got there. He's a number 8. It's not as if he's a upper order player. That's good work by Zondo. Short leg.
I'll even bring square leg up, Brett. Say if you want to sweep.
Have a go, yeah. Fair enough. But I want another offside catcher. He's got a bit of confidence. He's picked up a wicket. Big appeal for LBW as it bounced and it has it turned. Not a bad shot, but probably just going on with the arm. Didn't really turn much. Clouds come rolling in from the south, which will say to us, we're not getting a full 5 o'clock finish here.
I think the wind blowing snow out.
It's good. Clouds are coming fast.
They might disappear also.
Yeah, that's true. You see, it's Gopalin who's done the job and got the wicket, and immediately what it does, no matter who's bowling, the new man doesn't score quite as freely. So it's a good job this for the Dolphins by Gopalin. He's got a wicket, and he's also stopped the runs. So his work rate of 23 overs, 2 for 70, looks pretty decent. The tour is going to continue. What's his ration? He's 4 overs for 13. Not bad. Resting the frontliners who've done a lot of work. 24 overs, Bartman and Bosch each. 2 for 67, Bosch. 0 for 65, Bartman. McQueen has been good. 1 for 62 and 18. The others done a bit of part-time work. 1 for 29. Pillang is 8. Oh, I thought he'd squeeze through a Yorker. Pillang disappointed. He was so good in his first spell. Got Bull Bullier's wicket. Then came back for a second spell and looked like he'd forgotten how to bowl.
The nice thing that it's always doing is attacking the sunshine.
Very much. And it's the first time the left-handers had any option of playing a ball that might turn away. The pace he's bowling, it might not spin, but he's got 1 or 2 to go. And as you say, very straight, bowling wicket to wicket. So if it does straighten, LBW comes into play.
So I must ask him no for to try and score somewhere where he hasn't.
Yeah, he doesn't really score through mid-wicket. Oh, a lot slow. That's where he scores through. That's his area. Extra cover. Hard enough over this, though. $112 overs of cricket here in the Tuskers innings, and they've got 356 for 6. At the end of day 1, the Dolphins had 367 for 6, and then it come off 85 overs. So the Dolphins always scored more freely, but that doesn't take anything away from this Tuskers performance, and particularly that of Malcolm Nofel. He's got support from Rapulana, who played really well yesterday. Set things up. That took all the pressure off the Tuskers batting line. When you have an opening stand so productive of 124. And since then, Bull Bullier's 41 was neat and tidy. Mogakani absorbed some pressure after the collapse just to the second new ball, but they lost 47 for 4. But it's all no fault. 174. Gopal still round the wicket and still wide of the crease. From the angle he's bowling to the left-hander, it's got to turn an awful lot. Awful straight to hit the stumps.
He's got, even with this wind blowing as well. Yeah, it's not, unfortunately, not going to do much.
I wonder if he's thought of changing the angle, going over the wicket and bowling more from wide out that side to at the stumps into this onside field, because
I just think that's the easier option, because you've got a straight catching and a non-wicket catching.
Yeah.
At the moment, the vice passing on the old wickets from last week, which hasn't moved.
Yeah. In the field to the right-hander looks much better. He brings long for long on up. He's still got a short leg. He's got a slip. He looks like he could be more of a threat with this angle to the right-hander, but I'd like him to go over the wicket to the left-hander. It's just a good period for the Dolphins of runners this year. Zuma starts to find his way. They're trying to bowl as much as they can to the new man. And why not? More likelihood of a wicket to a new man. Nice footwork from Zuma. Equally good groundwork from Gopalan. Another over ticks by. There's 47 to go in the day. 46 to go in the day. We've got just over half an hour to go to tea. They'll probably have.
Use that change it from in a kind of effect.
That's a good idea. Yeah. I thought it might be Bosch or Bartman, but with McQueen, young and inexperienced, has probably gone. You can give it to me if you want, Captain. I just want to bowl. The senior players have gone. We want to have our feet up, maybe have a shower, get a bit of a rub down and tea before we come back. I'm just trying to work out how many actual overs we'll probably get in. Round about maybe 30 tops before bad light intervenes.
26.
You go 26. Okay, well, I'm at 30 tops, but even then, if we'll go, so that's 120 runs if they play really well. What's the deficit? 43. So they could be 75, 70, 80 ahead at the end of the day, which means they'll probably have to bat again tomorrow morning. I was hoping the Tuskers might get it far enough ahead. They have a crack at the Dolphins tonight, but that's looking more and more remote, unless, of course, they get bowled out.
I think, obviously, if you're looking at the 26 overs, Brent, also, you're trying to get no fill to that 200.
Yeah, that's first option. He's away.
And then sort of open the taps up and try and get as many runs as possible.
Gee, that's bad fielding. They've run 3 to a sweeper. Yes, he was a bit square, but he only had to make about 15 yards to his left, trotted there, fumbled, and they ran hard and got 3.
Oh, no.
Watching it again on the screen.
Watching the replay.
I know it's yeah, tired legs, admittedly, but yeah. First thing is to get to the ball as quick as you can so that they don't even think about a third. Well, they try to stop them thinking of a second, let alone a third. But the trot was saying, well, you can have 2, and they ran hard enough to get 3. Plus out of that is it's got Zuma on strike.
It's egging Zuma on it, sort of get going.
Yeah, I'm mindful that Mofil is approaching a milestone, double 100, and those are rare indeed. And the possibility that's half an hour of tea, but if he plays positively, which he always has, he's never looked to go completely in his shell. He could have that milestone by tea and really cut loose after tea.
Tea really Smooth waiting in the change room.
Fulham and Pavillon would love to go out there and have a swing. Now, 8 side.
They do both. It's quite a long ball. Be quite interesting to see the way they approach it.
He's looked like the man who's put in his yards today, coming back in the spell, McQueen. When they were running the 3, and he still is going back to his mark, flexing the shoulders, loosening up. I wonder how many times in his career, in his life, he's bowled 18 overs in an innings. Mostly school cricket, 10's your ration. Under 19's mostly played the odd test match, I suppose, so he might have done it.
He's done it a few times.
But it's a rarity. Yeah. And
it's at a young age.
He's probably got in the crane. That's better. He's been encouraging to watch. So there's definitely something to work with here with Gwen. The willingness to run in, the willingness to hit the deck, good pace. Hopefully he'll get a little bit stronger, taller, maybe just add a yard on, because he's a decent pace, but he's not a pace that's ever going to scare you. So if he can gain that yard somehow, whether that be stronger wrist position or just strength and suppleness, it'll be good for him because emotionally and mentally, there's a lot of heart there. And control. So we've got just under half an hour to go till tea, and to take you through to the interval, here's Andy and Sammy.
Thank you, Brett. 350 for 6. Malcolm Nofar on the verge of a career best. His career best currently is 179 for Wellington against Canterbury in 2017-2018. Mentioned earlier on there that he played several seasons in New Zealand, went over with Devon Conway. And so he's already made his best score in South Africa in first-class cricket. This is his 4th first-class century. Having a long chat to Tambo Zuma. Deficit now is 40. If all goes well for the Tuskers, they could have erased that deficit by just after tea. That's rubbish. It's in the air for a long time. They'll come back for 2, and that is the career best. 180 not out for Malcolm Nofal. He will know. Very few other people on the ground.
Yeah.
Well, you will know at home because I've just told you. Very well played, Malcolm. And too many bad balls from Gopalan. He has, however, picked up 2 vital wickets. One yesterday when Jonty Rapalona stood on his own stumps, and today a soft caught bold to get rid of Adile Ramakapa. It's nicely played.
It's been good all around, Malcolm, though. Essentially, what is actually seen in the line after that, but I'll fight between the boss. And it's like it's knocked him down against Workfield and Arnold.
He's clearly very physically fit. You know, Tambo Zuma just turned 20. Another member of the SA Under-19 side over the last couple of seasons. Came through the Sweetwaters hub. Those of you who don't know Sweetwaters, it's on the hill going down from Hilton into Pietermaritzburg.
It's good running. Good running. Took on that one on. Fought was his heels and he took him on immediately as he hit it. They did people a comfortable single to bring empty out of it. 364 physics of 115 overs. From 181 to 2.
Yeah, next stage in post will be 200. We had a double century on this ground in the last game. Connor Esterhazen for the Deeply Warped Lions played particularly well. Wind was coming and going, but it's gusting very strong indeed at times. McWinner is going to carry on from the Old Fort end into his 20th over now, but 1 for 65. He's got a man around the corner catching. That's Bryce Parsons, leg gully. Got Adile Similani at a genuine gully on the offside and a slip. Could have been construed as a wide. Not. Oh, it is given. Yeah. Took a little while to think about it. Well taken by Piri. You had a long way to go.
Again, a bit of longer. Not getting it full enough to be a top dancer. Don't be associated with just to move over the keeper, over the batter. Good put into the keeper. That will be the plan with vice passes being actually. They're cutting.
Martin Nofal coming down for a word with Mtambo Zuma. Along the lines of don't give it away now. It's not far to tea. Got a lot of hard work yet to do. 35 runs they trail by now. Hollywoodbets Dolphins got their 400 in around about 4 sessions. Would have been a bit shorter than that. We did have a little bit of bad light to contend with, which means that the Moothee Tuskers have been a little bit slower, but they've still got 4 wickets in hand. That's a good short ball. Forcing evasive action. My old mate Gangi, Delano Pocketa, is 99 not out at Centurion, and he's just got to his 100, has he? Oh, it's gone. Oh, dear. Out for 99. What a shame. That would have been successive centuries for Delano. He was our Hollywoodbets man of the match in the Lions game. Finished in a draw. He got 169 not out and bowled well. It's good energy, this, from McQueen. Don't mind that. Searching for extra pace.
Titans are 20 but I've lost. Junior Don and Joe Scott.
Junior Don opening the batting. Did Captain lose a wager? I didn't suppose they'll be looking to block them. What's going on here? We've a small hiatus. Batters have come together for a chat. Ethan Bush is having a word with McQueen. The lines of which line to bowl, I would assume. Sliced away for 4. Yeah, 1 bounce 4. Very nearly went all the way for 6. The edge was found, but if you're going to slash hard.
If Jake's done a bit of trouble, you got 4. Yeah.
Western Province need a performance. They've been slow out of the blocks this year. Bright sunshine now at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. Oh, that's going to be 4. Oh dear. Yeah, the fast bowler. Maybe that is what Ethan Bush said to him. Pick the ball up and throw it at the batter. It worked for me. So that's 4 runs unearned. by Tando Zuma. Take me to double figures. What else have you got there, Sam?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, it's been raining all day in Durban. Well taken by Perry. That had 4 written all over it. The young lad in Sammy's high performance squad is learning things by the minute out there.
So they're very expensive, right? So then over the slips and then also 4 different basket slips. The bonus. So over close. Yeah, we 74 for 6 after 116. Close on 181. Zuma's on 10. Squad Bishop is on 25. Then over in is I've won and I've still continued from Malcolm Life.
Put into a game. Short. Should have got more than a single for that, but never mind. 375 for 6 means they're 25 behind. And with, what have we got? 16 minutes to tea. There's a chance here that it might be even Stevens by the break. Sanders was a busy player. In one-day cricket, the Tuskers sometimes use him in the top 4. Better over this from Gopal without ever looking threatening.
Let's get the time except for that first one that was not enough definitely for one. But it's come.
At front, past the keeper, might go all the way. Bosch has settled it in pursuit. And he will pull it in. They'll come back for 3. So that rather ruined a tidy over. 78 for 6 now. Partnership worth 29. Not to be sniffed at after that one of 94. Between Mokakane and Nofal. Just watching that delay similarly, the 12th man wandering around and chatting to everybody, and you can just see how twitchy he is. He wants the ball in his hand.
It's a good thing. A lot of chats happening. Trying to formulate a plan to get this great team. Goes again. Open for a breakthrough. The biggest thing is just to try and keep it as tidy as possible now. Get that red light to threes. On the fence by Swap.
Had to work hard in several spells. That's McLaren. He's always running. That's all you can ask as a captain. If they could nip one of these out before tea, it would make a huge difference to the overall scenario. You feel that if they can get one of these, they might be able to knock the Tuskers over quite quickly.
All this time, everyone going to back up. Just put in place of those later. Somehow in some of the deeper on the event. Obstacle of it. So that's not so far from the winner.
I can see Bryce Parsons warming up. Looks like he might be coming on to replace Gopalan. Sustained his pace well as McQuena.
Yeah.
I hope he hasn't done himself a mischief. He's just okay. Nothing serious. Incidentally, you rugby fans out there, the Sharks are at home on Saturday, and they are playing against Ulster, men from Belfast. Sharks team has been announced, and it is absolutely stacked with Springboks, including Sia Khaleesi. It's good. And the Sharks need a win. They didn't have a very successful European tour.
Chat between Jason and Washington. Just get this game right. I can see it make a massive difference. Western with it. What we do.
Oh, looking for the Yorker.
Let's look this time. Back down as well. That's tied for over.
Classic bit of quick bowling, really. I mean, he's forced his man onto the back foot, then given him the forward. You can't ask more than that.
Centre. Black. Centre fall out.
Hostile loader doesn't get a wicket, but nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. 118 overs gone, so the second new ball is 38 overs old. It's been a long time since we saw a ball swing.
I just think it's really good energies from Quentin. I'd like to see those bounces just to be straight and also touch fuller to be more effective to get Bryce Parsons this year, short value and possibly finding into play. Just build this bounce for so easy just to duck and just to leave it. When you understand today, when you learn.
Bryce Parsons is not coming into the attack. He's remaining at mid-wicket to the left-handed no foul. Gopalan continues. Short. Think of fresh No, I would have hit both of those for 4. Just in need of a cup of Rosie Lee.
Went for a single.
Beat the outside edge there. Zuma shaped to come forward, then went back and missed it. Some noise away to our right. That's the bases being put in for the new LED floodlights, which should be ready to be tested at the end of November. George, cut away. Only one. I don't think Gopal got away with a lot in this over.
Especially that one. Incidents that over 386 after 190. 183 and Zuma joined him. His partnership hand to 21 months. And so the trend continues from the old flag.
And Sam, there's all of 40 overs remaining in the day, which means we're going to get a very long evening session if the light holds. They're not allowed to go past 5 o'clock, so I think we're going to fall behind. Going to continue to Zuma. Here's something to talk about. So we've been wondering when the SA A men's squad will be announced. It has been announced. And big ups to captain of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, Marcus Ackerman, who has been announced as captain again.
Everyone. And everybody tapping from Zuma.
And how about this? Marcus Ackerman will captain a side that includes Temple and Zuma. Kush Pele is going, also from this province. Zubair Hamza, and who started in the Cape, now playing upon the Highveld. Jordan Herman, who's in the runs at the moment. He makes his fun, as does Ruben Herman. Well done to both of them. Rivaldo Musamba, the left-hander at the Titans.
Right-hander.
Right-hander. Shepard Moreki. Right. Mishwali Mpongwana. Lesnecho Sonekwane. Frenelin Supreme. Carl Simmons. Talking about Carl Simmons earlier. Left-hand bowler. Deeply back, low order batter. He gets an opportunity. Chepio and Dwambwa. Tian van Vuren and Cody Yusuf. That's a pretty strong side.
So,
It's a 4 minutes. It's no Esterhuizen, no Kaplan, no Sturm.
So that is the 4-day squad, let me tell you. They've also selected a separate squad for an ODI against India. Botnil Botman makes that side. Again, captained by Marcus Ackerman. In the air. This should be out. Man circling under it, takes the catch. That's the end of a long, long vigil for a crushed Malcolm Nofal. He can't believe he's out. He's gone for 183. How well he played. And that is a real opportunity now for the Dolphins to bolt themselves back into this game. 381 for 7 now. And we'll give you that fast figures just now. Good catch on the boundary. And a second wicket for the debutant, McQueen.
That's well been a ball that by and really well played as the players clapping Malcolm Nelson off in a top knock. Really played well for his 183 runs. Yeah, we spoke about it in the previous episode when McQueen I felt was touched too short when it comes to these short pitch deliveries, but that one was highly effective. Malcolm Nofel opting to take that one on and caught on the boundary.
So I've made the decision that that will be 2. So at the break, the Moothee Tuskers are 381 for 7. They trail by 19 runs to the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. The partnership comes to an end. We've got 59 overs and 1 ball remaining in the day's play. We'll take a break. We'll see you after 2.
So the final session of the third day of this CSA 4-day match between the Hollywoodbets Dolphins and the Moothee Tuskers. It begins with a new man at the crease. Hardest Fulham, strapping quick bowler, has gone out there to join diminutive number 8 Zuma. With the back of Malcolm Norfolk having fallen, having a hook, and combining Moothee just before the break and holding out a deep square for a brilliant 183. Now, I wonder how many games. Really have to ask an avid stats person. The top score in each innings has been 183. Parsons makes 183. Norfolk played equally well, if not better, for 183. And the Tuskers are just 19 runs adrift with 3 wickets in hand. There was a point of the thought whether they might pull out with Norfolk getting out at tea and have a bowl. But I suppose if the license has been given to those that have to still bat, to Pavillon, Fulham, Zuma, and of course Mayo, just to swing the willow and get quick runs, they'll take whatever they can get. Sammy Moff again. I mean, it's a good position for the Tuskers to be in.
Definitely. They've really done well. Was a phenomenal knock by Malcolm Norfolk, who's done exceptionally well. Felt like he probably didn't need to play that, but he went for it, backing himself towards that boundary, but unfortunately got held out in the deep. So let's see what the Tuskers do now moving forward. Moothee to Hardis.
During the tea break, clouds rolled, and I actually thought, I wonder if there might be bad light straight after tea. But those clouds that rolled in have just lifted a touch, and we've got a watery sunlight. So the promise of a good hour's cricket minimum. I'd hate to be a predictor, though. Here's Moothee, who's been really good today. He's deserved everything he's got out of his debut. He's 2 for 78, and 2 for 76 and 22. He's got the wicket of Norfolk, the prize wicket, and we also got the wicket of Erlang, slip. So well done, Nabani Moothee. Whether he'll continue or whether they'll go Bosch or Bartman straight after the break of the main season, or will they go spin? That would surprise me. Looks like they're going to. I'm not seeing a Bosch or a Barton go anywhere near the stumps. Barton takes the hat off and he's going to carry on.
Yeah, top over that for Moothee. I saw him having a conversation with Jason Smith. I think they're having that conversation along the lines if he's going to give him an extra one or not. But from the beginning of the end, we see Kopalan still continuing. It would have been better to see attacking options both sides.
I've got no qualms whatsoever of seeing Moothee continue at the bottom. He's impressed me. He's running, he's tried his hardest, he's bowled with good pace, sustained pace for the whole day.
Yeah.
That's the thing, he's bowled 22 overs and the pace has not dropped.
Yeah.
So I would like to have seen one of the senior men, a Barton or a Bosch, start at this end instead of a half trample from the left-arm spinner. Runs must be a premium now as far as the Dolphins are concerned.
Yeah.
What they don't want to do is trail by about 60 or 70 overnight because they give away free runs. It's got to be miserly stuff now.
2 new batters at the crease, go for the strangle, kill them off.
Yeah, if you can pick up 3 wickets for 20, it's about level, and then the chances of you getting beaten become slimmer. If they get a good lead, who knows? Little bit of turn. I know it started from wide, but there was a bit of turn. That'll encourage those in the Tuskers lineup, perhaps more than the Dolphins. Let's have a look. I'm not sure it'll be too long. Just anything in his area. Short boundary away to the west.
He has the ability to clear the boundary quite comfortably.
Absolutely.
It's only a matter of time to wait and see when that happens. The 2 balls to come.
There he goes. Pumped through mid-wicket. It's a short boundary. It's a long chase. The dive's out and it's well done. That's only half a bat from Fulham. But it wasn't going to take long before he tried to take on Gopalan.
Yeah, didn't get a hold of that one like he would have wanted to. 1 to come.
Bounce rolling again against Gloomy once more. Tossed up, hammered over the top. Another reason why I'm surprised that the Quicks aren't bowling, because this was going to be the obvious approach from the lower order from the Tuskers. 7 from the over. It's 388 for 7. The deficit, a mere 12.
Yeah, it looks like they still continue with Mokoena.
Smith and Bosch having a chat, and I'm hoping it's Boshy. Come on, you must be ready again. You've had enough of a breather.
Definitely.
Can you come from the Umgani end and try and knock this tail over? It's a twofold advantage of bowling the Quicks. One, with the threat that they do pose in fading light, and two, the fact that the umpires might actually even go, it's too dark for seamers.
Yes.
Get off the park. Here comes Mokoena, the tireless Mokoena. A good day he's had. Into Zuma, 2 slips, gully, 3 in the covers, man back for the hook shot. Beats his man outside the off stump. Check.
Surely you can have that from both sides, Fred. And then after that, if the umpires do feel that bad light is coming into play, ask the umpires for spin from both sides.
Yeah, and then you dictate. You can decide if that reaches the case. If you want to stay out there, you can hold your spin. If you go, hang on, the game's getting away from us. No, we're staying with the seam. Off you go.
Yes.
Play one more game.
Oh. Mokoena to Zuma.
And obviously had a lot to do with Quinn in his youthfulness here in the Dolphins. But I'm mightily impressed, you know. Not so much with the tools he's using very well. I'd like to see him get a yard quicker.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit stronger, because he's brisk without really being troublesome. But it's that heart, the fact that he's running all day. He's had moments where he's looked frustrated.
Yeah.
But he's cried his heart out. He's given nothing away. He's really bowled nicely. Balance, he's got good control, good lines, and always at a nice brisk pace.
Speaking to the analyst, Kishan, who went to the SAA tour earlier on in the year when they went to Bangladesh, he was the bowler of the series, just in terms of the heart he showed, and also with his batting, he was really, really good. So it's very true testament to what you're saying, that he is that type of bowler. Majola week last year as well, he always just wanted the ball, and he really ran in with a lot of purpose and took a lot of wickets.
Tuskers! But an edge. There was a peel starting to disappear from the throats, and then it just got sucked in because there was that double sound of the little inside neck. I think this is the kind of bowler. I mean, I'm giving him plaudits, and it's the first time we've seen it, but as a captain, you just want someone who goes, "Don't worry, skipper, I'll do it for you. I'm going to keep trying."
Yeah.
He's a talented player who you've got to try and find him when the going gets tough, because they're trying to hide. But this lad is, you know, in amongst.
Especially this time of the day, you know, after tea, after lunch, you start looking away.
Overs we've been out there, Sammy. And he's bowled 23 of them. I don't wonder if he's ever bowled 23 overs in a game, in an innings. In a game, yes, but in an innings, would he have ever bowled as much as this? Perhaps, but not many times.
100%.
So this is uncharted waters for Mokoena, and
had a National Academy as well, working with Rowan Richard. So, yeah, he's really taking this opportunity of his.
Hasn't shirked any responsibility whatsoever. Edged and unlucky, away for 4. That maybe sums up a little bit of his day, because he has had a bit of ill luck. But it's another good over from Mokoena.
Yeah, the biggest thing is trying. He really is trying. Created another opportunity on that occasion. Falls into no man's land, and it rolls all the way to the cushions for 4. And it brings an end to that over. It's 392 for 7 after 122 overs.
So who's it going to be? Still the spinner. I'm trying to read minds where, and it's just conjecture because we can't know. But when I saw Smith and Bosch having a chat, I thought it might be, come on, Boshy, give me something.
Definitely.
And as Boshy said, or Ethan Bosch gone, a little bit longer, Skip, have another over of spin, see what happens, and then I'll come for you.
Yeah.
Because I really do feel it's got to be seam up at both ends. Gopala's done a neat job without looking ultra threatening. 2 for 85 and 26.
Comes down
the ground he goes. Oh my word, through the fielder for 4.
Yeah, poor little fielding there on the boundary with Neil Bartman. Letting that one slip through for 4 runs. Hardest for you coming down the track. Again, not getting full middle of that bat, but enough for him to get that boundary. Short, hit absolutely hard, raced away to the boundary.
Nothing has been hit harder than that today. But you see what's happened, and you can sympathise with Gopala. He's now nervous of tossing it up because he can see the strength and the intent of the man. So he drags it down, and nobody moved. That just got massacred. 400 up, scores level. Be brave, young man. Be brave. You've got to get it up and give it a chance to turn, even if he hits you out the ground. Be brave. He's been brave, but he's been hit high and handsome and away for 4 over mid on. And this tells you, it adds credence to our argument that this young fella shouldn't be bowling now. And what is disappointing me is that none of the senior men, the Quicks, the Bartman or the Bosch, I know they've done work. It's not so that they haven't shirked their responsibility now. They've both bowled 4 overs. But they haven't bowled for a good 2 hours now. It's cool. It's now time to say, okay, I'll take the ball. You need a job from me, Skipper, and I'll do it for you.
This way, Hardis was brilliant, and the Pavlon did an exceptional job.
Always wanted to bowl. Always seemed to want to bowl.
They came back.
Even when it was tough times, coming to the hard yards. It's not all beef and gravy. Four ahead. What can they get ahead by close of play? When do they pull out? When do they say, okay, Dolphins, you bat under pressure? Is it only tomorrow morning, or are they going to have a dart tonight?
I would definitely have a dart tonight if I was the captain.
My only fear, Sam, is light. They might just get ready to go, pull out, and clear, and then on come to Pavlon and Fuller, and the umpires go, no, you're not bowling tonight. Then you've actually sacrificed a few probably precious runs.
Well, the longer you wait, the more likely it is that it's going to happen.
That's true.
So the conversation you had earlier on, if you were there by tea time, just call it right there. You would have been bowling now. Who knows?
Except I think we were all chatting at the tea break about the approach of the lower order, and he's done exactly what needs to be done. So you're getting cheap, free, quick runs. It's tough for Zuma because he's been facing McQueen, but he's got to play the same game with the same intent. If it's there, just have a flash at it. Quinn continues. Nicely through mid wicket on the pans, misdirected. It's going to be a trailer. He's given it up already. He's given it up mid wicket. Goes for 4. These are lovely, free and easy runs for the Tuskers now. Good, positive intent since tea.
Yeah. Easy runs here. Getting the averages up here is the lower order. Touch too straight on that occasion was McQueen. Help through the leg side from Zuma. It's a good shot and goes all the way for 4 runs.
Steps. Being guilty of that from time to time and just trying with energy to all that extra yard of pace and just goes over the front line.
Sure, we're going to see a change of bowling the next over.
We
say that.
Not back in that.
We say that.
It should be. I'm with you 100%, but just I'm not seeing a Bartman or a Bosch stretching and trying to get loose after the break. Fumble swing. Did swing away a little bit. Always taking it on the fingers, and that's hurt the substitute keeper.
It's not giving up. Mokoena still running in with the same impetus. It's just a bit wayward at the moment. Not as consistent. 2 out of the 3 has been down leg or on the legs.
Is he brave enough to bounce hardest for you?
Why not? You know what's coming.
He's gonna get
You
it.
know
That's
what's
his
coming,
plan.
100%. But I always say that irrespective if you bowl it or not, he will bounce you.
Yeah.
So might as well just get it out of the way.
I've got a feeling Fullion will be on the front foot trying to hit it over the top down the ground, and there's a long boundary away to the onside, so the short one's not a bad. Oh my word! It goes through the cordon for 4. It was the double bluff. He went full for the Yorker, and unlucky, he found the edge as he tried to dig it out. Fullion speeds for 4. Runs are coming exactly as the Tuskers want. They're coming swiftly.
Yeah, the runs are flowing. And the lead is currently 14, and they got to 14 quite quickly. Hardis is on 22, and he's not been at the crease for a long time.
Scored 33 runs in 14 minutes since tea.
Going at a good rate, yeah.
Yeah, and the Dolphins look idealist, tacticless. Oh my word, that's a good bouncer.
That's a good one.
Julian walking down, just saying, lad, just listen to me. You're going to get one of those when you come. Definitely said that.
Well played. Taking evasive action there. It's well directed by Mokoena.
Credit to him is that Jason Smith still feels the ability to hold 3 slips at 414 for 7. You don't often see that. You can see 2 at most, maybe 1, and a third man down.
Good little battle between these two.
Where is O'Neill Barkley? I'm trying to find him because I was watching.
In the covers, he's got the
No,
ball.
he's got the ball. No, he ain't loosening up. He got the bowling boots on. Ethan Bosch is on mid-on, looking fairly languid.
Deep square of Marsh and Pillay.
Nobody's warming up. What is the discussion at tea would have been? We've got to come with the quick straight after tea. Slows the game down as well. Clip away down to long legs. Should just be 1. He has raced to 23 as Huddersfield. He keeps the bowling. 4-15 for 7. The lead is 15 and climbing with rapidity.
The way Gopalin is going towards the stumps looks like he'll still be bowling. There's no one else, none of the other seamers are close to the umpire. Yes, Gopalin is taking off his cap and his long sleeve.
I'm absolutely mystified. There's another perhaps a way of looking at it is that they're saying it's a long season. We still got Boston Barton fresh for next week against Western Province down on Newton, and then Barton is off on the one-day side on the 18th to India. But there's a game to be saved here, and what's needed for the Dolphins at the moment is seam up. Gopalin. Crack before. Tactically, this is not very astute from the Dolphins.
Hartz came down the track. Gopalin dropped it short, but short and wide, and he absolutely crunched that pass point for 4 runs. Mokoena had no clue in that one. Couldn't stop that one. He raced all the way for 4.
He's hit the ball beautifully as hard as Fullion. To be fair to Gopalin, he shouldn't be the chosen bowler at the moment. This is unfortunate that you've got 2 debutants bowling at the crucial time, and this is when senior men have definitely got to hold their head up, even if they're not keen to bowl because it's a tough time and their legs are sore and hard. They've got to be walking up to the captain and saying, "I'll do it for you." So, we can't let 2 men who are in their debuts bowl at a crunch time. This is disappointing from the Dolphins. He runs down the leg side.
Good fair shake.
Exactly what the Tuskers want. A lead that's growing so quickly. They'll go back for 3. Is it buys? I fancy it's buys.
Yeah. 7 of 2. Out of this racing away. He's already on 28.
The lead is 23. They were behind. They were 19 behind at T. 18 minutes later, they're 23 ahead. So they've scored 40 runs in 20 minutes. They bat for another 40 minutes and have 120 lead. The Dolphins will bat tomorrow under immense pressure. Because unlike last week against probably a better Lions attack, but it was flat. It was just so difficult to get wickets. We've seen the Pavilion and Fillion on the surface trouble everyone. So the Dolphins won't have it all their own way and trying to save the game.
Short and wide again. This time Ardis just watches, goes past.
You can understand that the young man is loath, is really scared to get it above the eyes and pitch it up to a man who can clear the ropes easily and is wanting to do so. Well, he really drags that on. Quick one. Good effort from Gopala. Another productive over for the Tuskers. 4-2-3 for 7. The run rate was 3.1 at T. The overall run rate is raced up to 3.4 because they've been scoring around about 7 since the break. I think Quinn is done.
Auctions come on.
Spin it both ends.
Smith.
Martis has gone, please, can I have more of this?
Smith and Bosch are having conversations.
It may be tactical, but I still... Yeah, we can be critical. It's sitting here. I'm sure we don't know. Maybe Bosch has got an injury. Maybe Martin's carrying something and they can't bowl. But everything's saying instead of twin spin, you should be having twin pace. Still for slip. I was going to say a slip and a leg slip when you're leaking runs. It's now time to start thinking a little bit defensively. Instead of trying to attack, there's a few bosses that go, you're being bossed. Tuskers are dictating to the Dolphins now. Here's Parsons to Zuna. Say hit me over the top because there's no one back to the onside straight and long mid off is coming into the ring. And the he goes and misfielded again by a Dolphin. The Torley this time it's hurt the hand. It's well struck, but it's deflected away, and they're going to come back for 3.
Yeah, hit it hard. Fumble there by Tutole at mid-off, and but good bit of running by these two. They get 3 for 3 runs. Immediately, long one goes down. Long off as well, since Ardis is on strike.
There's times when you can look better than your ability, but Martis Williams is a good hitter of the ball, but he's looking very polished coming in at number 9. Raced to 28, hit it clean.
Good stop there by Martian Pillad mid wicket.
Wants one. Zuma not responding. A tidy enough over from Parsons, goes for just 3. 1, 2, 6, 4, 2, 6 for 7 after 126 overs. Ball's been tossed to Gopal, he's looking a bit reticent. But it's going to be here again. Yeah, I'm starting to think maybe there's something wrong with Bartman and Bosch, Sammy. That maybe they're not fit enough to bowl, and that this is what's left in the Dolphins' attack.
It has to. It has to be. Ball continues to zoom up. As he goes for his 31st over. Work to the man in the deep for a single. For you on strike now means long on and long off goes down to the boundary. Mid on and mid off goes to the boundary.
Still got a slip, still got a short leg. That's the bizarre thing.
Gets cut hard.
And gets cut hard and powerfully away to great effort by the youngster. Keeps it down to 2.
Yeah, that leg slip. There's no need for him there.
No, absolutely no need for a leg slip. If you want to hold a slip with one way turn,
yes.
I get that.
Yeah.
But having a short leg,
No.
it's not going there.
Oh.
Backs away, hammers it for 4. Absolutely leaking runs as Gopal. He's being obliterated by Filion, and a 50 partnership between these two has come up in 25 minutes.
Get short. He just backs, goes on the back foot as hard as Filion. He absolutely crunched that past Parsons there at covers. It raced away all the way to the cushions for 4 runs. Kopalan being put to the sword here.
And sadly, I feel for him because
Yeah.
he shouldn't be bowling. He shouldn't have been bowling after tea. He'd done his job. It was time for the senior quicks to stand up and say it's our turn. And it's enabled the Tuskers to get a 33-run lead very quickly. And tactically, I think this is poor from the Dolphins. Oh my word, and he strays onto the pads now. It's 3 runs down the onside. They'll run hard and pick up another 3. No, they won't. They'll only get 2.
Artis
A good chase.
stretching his hamstring there. Stretching. That's 52 of 41 deliveries of that partnership of theirs. Artis seems to be just been cramping up. That's why they didn't take that 3. 2 straight on this occasion from Gopalan after taking that short catching on the leg side to extra cover. Bosch goes now to leg slip. Bowls it flatter. Tries to cut it off the back of the front foot. Gets a dot. Only 1 day pace. Really flat from Gopalan. Topped it up.
And you knew the moment it hit the bat, this was Miles. Oh, it's huge. Absolutely massive. Another big over for the Tuskers. They have scored 60 runs or 59 runs in less than half an hour since tea. And you really, as good as the batting's been by Filion, tactically the Dolphins have been mightily indifferent.
Yeah, over there for the Moothee Tuskers. Artis for you putting that 6 rows back. Absolutely smashed that one. Putting
42 years, Sammy. 42, and he hasn't batted for half an hour. We were debating whether they should pull out the tea, but I don't think in their wildest dreams the Tuskers could have believed they would have been dished up after tea. And so this is just playing completely into the Maritzburg men's hands because it's just, what did they want? Quick runs so they could declare, or maybe just even if they're coming this quickly, I just keep batting. So definitely you bat once, and if you have a lead of 150, 200 by the end of the day.
There's no need to declare today.
Yeah. If you're going to score
Rather good
60,
ball
60
right.
runs in half an hour, there's
Yeah.
another hour's cricket at least to have a lead of 180. I know that's all speculation, and surely the Dolphins will tighten up. But they look a very dejected, hang-dog, idealist side at the moment.
Good running. Off the back foot, punch through the covers for a single, and we see Hardus on strike again.
We're backing his 50 in this over.
Yeah, definitely. He played it cautious in the previous over against Parsons, but I think he's had a look at him, and he's definitely going to extend those arms in this over. A lot of changes been made.
I'm not sure he sweeps. He's had a look over his shoulder and gone, there's no one behind square to the onside. Does he pull the sweep out and surprise us? No, he doesn't. He's got that whip, that wristy whip down towards long.
Zuma looking for two.
Why not? He wants to get fully on the danger.
Definitely. It's coming easily for these men. Zuma gets off strike immediately. 3 rounds, 3 balls from this over so far. Run a ball.
What's the chance? When I hit it to long for long, come back for 2. Get me back on strike. I want that. Now, Zondo's gone and placed it. Or is it? No, it's not in there. Yeah, it's Kapala with a short bit on. Couple of field throws.
Yeah, Zondo's off.
Zondo's off.
Just in these on.
Lisa's on in battle point. Good evening, his face. There we go. There's no one behind square to the leg side. A little deflection. Keepers after it. They back for 2. So we've had half an hour since the tea break, and 65 runs have been scored in a matter of 8 overs. It's 8 and over stuff. Since the break, it's all Tuskers. The Dolphins looking like a really beaten side.
Thanks, Brett. And Sam, Vaughan and I have stepped into commentary. I can't really believe what I'm watching here since T. Vaughan. I don't know how the Dolphins are going to dig themselves out of this hole.
I did call it. I think the 2 burly seamers, obviously, Hardis and the Pablo waiting to have a swing of the willow. It's obviously paid off. I mean, I'm also scratching my head, Andy. You're just looking at that scoreboard on the bowling side of things, and you're looking at Parsons only bowling 8 overs. I don't know what the reason is for that, but a little bit more experience than others.
And Gopalan, who's the other slow left armer, has bowled 31 overs.
I feel sorry for the young lady who's going to
they're bringing him back.
Bowl again.
Bringing him back. It just does have the feeling of being thrown to the wolves, doesn't it? I suppose he's bowling at Zuma up front. Zuma's not going to butcher him, but he hasn't really offered a threat. He's bowled way too short in general.
It's almost only like we sit here and watch since tea. It's almost in the old days in the UK where you just throw up your power checkers, let the batting side get to a certain number, and then let them declare.
12 fielded.
I did hear Brett say that there's no proactive thinking from the Dolphins. They're just going through the motions at the moment.
And we were so positive about the captaincy in the morning session when Jason Smith was calling all sorts of different ideas, and it looked proactive. Since tea, it's looked headless chicken stuff.
The Dolphins just waiting for the declaration from the Tuskers.
And I think they've got a long way coming. The way things are going, I think the Tuskers are just going to bat and bat. We've got bright sunshine now, but there's a good chance that we'll be off the bad light before 5 o'clock. So why would you declare? I sort of, if you knew that you were going to get 10 overs with the new ball against the Dolphins tonight, you might think about it. But I think they'll just try and get as many runs as they can now.
Totally agree with you. Also with that cloud cover, and you don't want to come out and bowl when you can only bowl your spinners.
Yeah.
So you're then wasting that time because you're not going to bowl anybody then. Everyone's just going to walk off the field. So totally agree with you, Andy. I think they should just bat and bat and bat. Try and get as many runs as possible. They're really forcing more pressure onto the Dolphins. 46 already the lead.
Hardisfield has just walked down to have a chat to Zuma, saying,
Do not
"Don't
take
do
a
anything
single.
silly now.
Do not take a single, please."
4 or nothing. Thank you.
The experienced man has spoken.
You can see why Hardisfield has travelled the world as a cricketer. He's played all over the place for all sorts of teams. It's because he offers you this sort of extra to taking the new ball. He can come in at number 8, number 9, and give it a thrash.
But also in saying that, Andy, you look at the type of person he is, and he's that brash, wears his heart on his sleeve, and you get performances like this because he wants the team to do well.
Yeah.
And you can see it. I mean, he's raced to 45. Knowing him, he's looking for a 50 and all.
And he's looking for one shot to get it to 50 right now.
That's it.
But Parsons bowls.
There we
And
go.
that's the one shot, I think.
That is it.
Yeah, that's the 6. That's the 50. Listen to the cheer that has come from the Moothee Ram Tuskers box.
It's also the 450 up.
That is a magnificent blow from Hardisfield. 51 off 33 balls, 7 fours and 2 sixes.
He hit that nice and flat as well. It's almost like he's standing on the 10th tee box at Durban Country Club.
Through.
Misjudgment there from Tristan Lewis coming to the field for Pio Zondo.
So we've been speaking on a regular basis about the run rate isn't fast enough for the Tuskers. They're not putting pressure on the Dolphins, but it's the highest it's ever been, 3.5, and there is no thought of getting a wicket by the looks of things. Oh, he sliced it in the air and gone. Caught on the boundary. Hardisfield's little cameo comes to an end. The partnership was 73. It's 454 for 8. So Parsons has got a wicket. 1 for 31, halfway through his 9th over. And again, you wonder why he hasn't bowled more.
Exactly. Just trying to pepper that castle corner. Just extra bit of bounce and a bit of turn. Spread from that to have a sweeper.
And a magnificent little cameo. He's got his 51. Way better than a run ball. Down the steps now comes his new ball partner, and they tap gloves together.
Who's also not a mug with a bat. He can hit you a few quick ones as well.
Yeah, and Darren de Pavelan is in a good space. It's noticeable that the Hollywoodbets Dolphins have got together as a team now, and there's some tough talking going on, and for very good reason too. They must try and wrap this innings up quickly, otherwise they're staring down the barrel of a 3-figure deficit.
The minute it starts going to 80 to 100, you then, if you had the pressure until this game gets called tomorrow, whatever time, you're always going to be under the cosh. But the scary thing for me, Andy, is that they've had that hard talk and not one of the seamers are coming up. The ball just dispersed back to their fielding positions.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it's a good point, isn't it? You shouldn't be bowling the spinners at somebody like Huddersfield because it's just a red rag to a bull for him.
If you are going to bowl them, then try and vary your pace, bowl a little bit slower. With all due respect to Hudders and obviously Darren now at the moment, they are tailenders, so they want to get bat on ball. They want to feel the ball hitting the willow.
Off the mark, first ball to Pavillon. It's a bad delivery from Parsons.
You just think that there's no variation. There was no slower pace. There was no maybe even a quicker one, just to keep them on their toes.
One day mode from the batting side, but not from the bowling side.
Totally agree with you, Andy.
It's nicely played.
9 for 1.
And the only 456 for 8. So the lead is 56. 2 wickets in hand. Looks like Kopalan is going to carry on.
See Ethan Bosch and Jason Smith having a chat. I was wondering what has been said. But Brett Elliott saying that they've done their work. They only need 2 more wickets, so it'll 4 or 5 over spell somewhere. Just try and blast them out.
Yeah.
Just gifting them 3 runs and in turn putting yourself under pressure.
So Kopalan is into his 3rd over. And I have no idea why, but he has a leg slip. Okay. Now it's going to be a slip. And a leg slip. Wow.
Not understand
I don't get that. Oh, he's obviously not there as a run stopper. That's going to be at least 2. They'll think about 3. Decide against it. I cannot imagine at this stage of the innings why you would feel the need for a leg slip.
Brighton Randy is maybe bringing mid on up even more, long back to mid on, getting a catcher on the offside, just something different.
Sure.
Maybe in the batter's eye line, certainly it's on 30, but you never know what might happen.
He's senior partner now. He'll try and kick on. So when this match is over and you look at Gopalan's figures, you'll say, he didn't get collared. He bowled it just under 4s to the over, picked up a couple of wickets, but one of those was a batter who stepped on his wicket, and the other one was a very avoidable caught and bowled.
If it's unvalid, it's just almost much one-dimensional. See anything. Obviously not asking for him to turn the ball the other way and do these weird and wonderful things that some people can do. But you haven't seen variation of pace or coming closer to the stumps or even going a little bit wider than he is at the moment. It's just almost monotonous where he's going and just it's almost like a bowling machine.
Yeah. 458 for 8. 131 overs have been bowled.
See this, I love this. Both men are cover sweepers coming into a normal cover. It's actually asking Darren to go on K.
To hit it over the top.
If you want to have some fun, you've got to take the risk now.
Now he's got 7 men saving 1.
I would even be courageous enough to bring that deep square and goes well.
Through the gap 4. That's a lovely shot, actually.
I think Darren for a number of years. He signed it's his favourite cricket shot. Trusted himself as a boat all-rounder. He does have his batting low.
Inside the line and hit it nicely through extra. Edged and dropped. That's gone straight through Boss for 4. Well.
I think he got a hang to it.
I think he did. We can see it again on our screen. He turned his back on it.
I think he missed that, Andy. I think he got a fright.
That's back-to-back boundaries, and the lead is now 66. Once the sun goes behind the clouds, it gets gloomy again.
It's going to be cold for bed like 9. Taking the lead at 66. You come back tomorrow morning and you're unwash your seamers with the new ball.
That's a good shot. Well fielded, just the single.
So I think the Tuskers will be happy either way. Obviously, one more run, so they'll have to stay out there. There's nothing really happening from the Dolphins side. No warming up.
Successful over for the Tuskers. Took 9 off it. De Pavillon's gone to 10. Zuma's on 30. It's 467 for 8. The lead is 67. 2 wickets in hand.
Bowling back into the attack again.
And there's a little bit of deja vu here, isn't there, Vaughan? You and I were commentating on the Lions game. They piled up 619 for 7, and there were long periods when nothing was happening in the field. And we're seeing something similar since tea here.
It's almost that bad period playing again on repeat. Really like to see got Poland playing a lot slower, fighting the Pavilions to try and come down the wickets.
And we still have a leg slip and a slip. Got cover on the boundary, we've got deep back hits. Everybody else is safe at 1. And I'm sure the Pavilion will have said to Huddersfield on his way up the steps, well, you got 50 yards, I'm going to get one as well. Anything 50 from Hardest. Yeah, 53 of 34 deliveries. He's turned one in. Perry behind the stumps has had 2 days almost of keeping. Taking the place of Hannu Fillion. Hope he gets a match fee.
Hope so. Not getting anything other than that.
Send a good wishing to Hannu Fillion, who's sick in bed.
Take all that medication.
He will be available to bat tomorrow, but obviously he'll be hoping that he's not either.
No, the little man on the Pavilion shoulders talking to him.
Yeah.
When he's going to have a go.
Sure. 4.
Oh, we look for a good shot. Nice back foot.
What was a reasonable over from Gopalan, he's now bowled 34 overs, 2 for 123. The Dolphins have been out there for 133 overs, and that's something that must also be brought into consideration when it comes time to bat. There's a lot of weary players out there.
Also, got to be careful, Andy. A lot of them probably not in the greatest amount of space.
Yep.
Have to switch off and when they put their pads on, maybe switch back on again and come with the attitude.
Parsons is continuing, bowling to Zuma. I think they feel that Zuma hasn't got the power to really take on the spinners, and that they don't want to give him pace to be able to work around, as he does quite well. But it almost looks as if they're just looking to keep him quiet. But he's got good feet, pushes that one up through a single, and that'll unleash the pavilion. They'll be all changing the field now.
So he's been good. He's been a little bit circumspect, but he's taken his singles when needed.
Most important thing, he gave great support to Huddersfield during the assault.
Should take to the striking capacity. Slow from passes there. Inviting the curve line.
So the field he's got, he's going to try and keep it well outside off stump. And I would imagine that the little man on the shoulder is saying to De Bevel, hit him as far as you can.
See how far you can go. Thank you for the respect.
Lead 72 now. Well fielded by Jason Smith.
28 runs from 100 lead. And we're talking about that team. If they could get them, it's almost a realistic chance now.
Partnership already worth 18 for this 9th wicket.
It's scratching my head sometimes. Beautiful out from passing already. Hasn't he bowled a lot more overs?
I suppose conceivably he scored 183, batted for a long time, but there comes a time when you need to just nod to one of your players and say, I need you. It's a good over.
One run off over.
Yep. It was one run off the over when they're looking to hit out. Yeah, that does say a lot.
Another pitch conference.
Yeah, with senior members at the side. What's the answer? Huh? Gopalan is being asked to go to the well one more time. And I still can't figure out why he's got a leg slip.
Yeah, I don't understand it, Andy. It doesn't make sense to me. Must they for that leg side drag down or push through to get an inside edge.
He's more likely to take a catch around the corner, sort of 15 meters from the bat. than he is at leg slip, in my humble opinion. That is beautifully played by Tando Zuma between wicketkeeper and leg slip for 4.
That is some serious placement. That's very brave.
That is verging on taking the P.
They must definitely take the
Trombone time. The lead is 76. Zuma goes to 35. He comes down the pitch and hits a beautiful shot for 4. That's as good a shot as he's played. And Aryan Gopalan looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. Was a man at sort of halfway back at mid-on, Bryce Parsons, but he was never going to get that. It's one of the most important facets of the game of cricket at this level is finding a way to knock over 9-10 jack. When you've done all of the hard work, how often do you see it? Oops, a daisy, a half tracker. He's got it behind square. They'll pick up a couple here. They might even come back for 3. What does De Pavillon say? Yeah, I'm coming. That's a big over. Single off the last over, but 11 off that one.
I wouldn't mind Victoria having a little bit of a channel if they're going to keep going to spin.
So it's almost at the stage now where maybe you're thinking about a bit of gamesmanship, and this is exactly it. Ethan Bosch is going to come on. It's quite dark now, and maybe the Dolphins are bowling for bad light, which is a sad state of affairs. Having said all of that, in our opinion, the spinners shouldn't have been on for the last hour anyway. Bosch should have been bowling. Barkman should have been bowling. Make it a bit more difficult for the Moothee Tuskers. So here they are. They've got a lead of 83. If they go out clickety click now, doesn't matter. Job's done. Yomar is coming out with the light meter. He's the 4th umpire.
Taking his time.
The weather is deteriorating. Let me tell you, it's getting quite cold at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. We had a stiff breeze blowing all day long. A light meter has arrived, and I must say it's quite gloomy.
So you're going to have a reading straight away.
And that is all because they've thrown the ball to Ethan Bosch. Now, in the old days, of course, you have to offer the light to the batters, and the batters can say, no, we're quite happy to be out here. These days, it is the sole discretion of the umpires, and if they say that that reading is the same as it was on the first evening, off they go.
I'm on the side.
This
must be quite close because they're having another look.
Yeah. Just trying to get it in the optimum area to make a decision. In the short term, we're going to stay out there. That's good. I can see shadows, Vaughan.
Sun's trying to keep through.
Yeah, that's the thing, that we've had blue sky consistently. Although we've had a lot of cloud, we've had blue sky as well. So I think the light is coming and going. Yeah, and now it's fine.
I think the umpires should need to let the game carry on
Yeah.
as long as possible. If it does get seriously dark, then take your reading and then off you go.
So Ethan Bosch back into the attack. 24 overs, 2 for 67. He's bowled very well. But I think Zuma, for one, will enjoy the ball coming onto the bat.
I think we might even see a few shots here as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody up again. Nobody controlling the boundaries.
Zuma's got himself to 42 not out. Done a really good job for his side. You look at the lower order. Mokakane made 33. Zuma's 42 not out. Phil Yun made 53. De Pavillon out there on 14. And it's exposing the Dolphins. That'll be a single into the onside. And I suppose traditionally, Vaughan, when you can't knock over 9-10 Jack, it's because you haven't got either a quick bowler or a leg spinner. Those are the two magic men at the tail. McQueen is the quickest of the Dolphins bowlers. You wouldn't call him express, but he's quick enough. And maybe he'll have a dance.
Also say your left arm spinner is normally the guy that also the ball turning away to the right handle.
Whoops. De Pavillon looking at the gap between cover, extra cover and wide mid-off.
Will that good part will learn his lessons. Maybe go back to the drawing board and check the way he's bowling, the pace he's bowling at. There'll be times to bowl a little bit slower, there'll be times to bowl a little bit quicker.
You know what I would say is go to YouTube and type in the name of Bishan Singh Bedi. If you want to know how to bowl slow left arm, watch every video you can of Bishan. One of the things that I mentioned yesterday was I didn't like the fact that he runs to the wicket as if he's going to bowl right arm over, and then he jackknifes out and comes in front. You've got to turn the ball a long way.
It's almost like he's closing himself off.
That's exactly right.
The only option is to get through to the crease, is to let that arm go, and 9 times out of 10 it's just going to be dead straight.
Slower ball and well played by De Pavillon. So, in contrast, have a look at the videos of Bishan Bedi, India's greatest ever slow left armer, and he would always come between umpire and stumps. So automatically, you've got that angle. You're turning on your body, and he bowled on tiptoes. It's a beautiful mover. No slower ball. So Bosch has moved into one-day mode here.
I just think that he can even have a look at Village Jade from India.
Yeah, nice.
Quite a wily character. He knows what he's doing. Look at the way he bowls, the pace he bowls. He likes to use the crease wide, straight up.
Time for us to go and have a cup of tea, Vaughan. Brett,
I think they packed it away.
Brett and Sam will be taking over from us. I only managed to take 1 wicket, I'm afraid. What?
It's 103. $381 for 7 it was at tea. An hour later, 103 runs have been scored for the loss of Fullion's wicket, a brilliant 53. And the Dolphins have brought their steamer on for the first time, and he bowled a very miserly over, did Bosch. And I don't know whether they're going to be out there much longer. The umpires are coming to the middle to check the light. The ball's in the hand of the Martian pillar. If I say you can bowl spin, he's not a lot quicker than gentle medium. Having a look at the reading of the two umpires, it has got gloomy. And are we going to go, please bowl your spinners, Jason? And Jason Smith's probably saying, I don't think I want to be out here much longer. So off we go. And that could be it for the day. And what a day it's been for the Tuskers. Malcolm Knoffel's 183, the feature of the day. In the latter part of the day, the brilliant 53 in half an hour's batting by Hardisvillion, who tucked into the two slow left-armers, who were all at bowled after tea, somewhat tactically, surprisingly, and the Tuskers have done exactly what they wanted to do. They had a 19 deficit at tea. They've now turned that into an 84 lead, and it's the Dolphins who are going to be playing under pressure tomorrow, because we assume there's going to be no further play. 84 for 8, the Tuskers. In reply to the Dolphins 400 all out. For the time being, from Hollywoodbets Kingsmead, due to bad light, this could be the end of day 3.
Light's not true. Hollywoodbets player of the day, for obvious reasons. Career best. Did you know that you were about to approach that 179?
Yes, and thanks a lot. I did know. I think my high score was in New Zealand and it was 179. So to obviously get a CB out here is extremely. I'm extremely grateful, and it was hard work out there.
Look, because we got Andrew Sampson doing all of our stats for us, I can tell you it was against Central Districts for Wellington in the 2017-2018 season.
Yeah.
What are your memories of that innings?
Yeah. Because I remember we walked to the crease. I think we were in a little bit of trouble. And I remember Jesse Ryder playing there. His old medium pace. I think their attack on the day was quite sharp as well. There was Adam Milne running in and steaming in. So I think that was a moment where I actually thought, all right, I can actually hold it. I just need to apply myself and let's see where we can crack on from.
And I know you went to New Zealand with at the same time as Devon Conway. What was the reason?
So yeah, like I obviously played for the Strikers in 2010 to about 2014, and then there was an opportunity to go to New Zealand through Grant Elliott, and I thought in my playing days in South Africa, I played a few matches for the Strikers. I suppose I was in and out of the team, and I thought to myself, let's have a crack at New Zealand. And it was a great place, unbelievable place to learn as well from Hamish Marshall, the Cheatham Patels, the Grant Elliots as well. So extremely grateful in terms of that. But yeah, I suppose my New Zealand dream, per se, I suppose had to come to an end. And I'm still grateful to still be playing now.
Let's just go back to the start of the day. You're 68 not out, and I spoke to you as you were coming in to get padded up, and you said it's only half done. At what point did you think it's done now?
I'm not too sure, Andy. I don't think it's ever.
Yeah.
So like when I went out on 183, I was actually walked off there. I was a little bit upset because I knew I was close to
200.
Obviously 200. So I do think after about a half an hour in the change room, let the nerves relax a little bit and the adrenaline, and then I suppose after an hour you could actually say, "Hey, that's a hell of a day," and I'm actually extremely happy with that. So
the important thing is because you batted so long, you allowed the lower order to come in after tea and lay about themselves, and now you find yourselves in a really strong position.
Yeah. As I said, at the end of the day, that is the plan. I know as an opener, we have to take care of that new nut, and if we can crack on, we need to crack on and make sure we do the best we can in terms of the team. So it was nice to see Harders at the end there, smoking a few. So yeah, we're in a great position at the moment, but the game's not behind. There's still work to be done, yeah.
Yeah, there is. You got down to Pavillon, who bowled beautifully in the first innings. You probably ask the rest of your seam attack to just step up a level from what they were in the first innings. But there's a chance here that the Tuskers can win this game.
100%. We're not here to like the Tuskers of old. In terms of our squad and our team and stuff, I think we have a serious team. So I do think that there's an opportunity here. If they want to play for a draw or they think we're playing for a draw, that's not the case. We want to win a match.
That's our Hollywoodbets player of the day, Malcolm Nova. Well done.
Thanks, Lenny.